ってる。空がなく私が笑えるように、風が舞う私に聞こえるように、雲は揺れる私の心のように、儚く脆くそれでも確かに空がなくあなたが笑えるように、風が歌うあなたに聞こえるように、雲は揺れる私の心のように、深く静かにそれでも続く、今は願うただただあなたに届くこともなく、虹がかかりそしてつながる、虹がかかりそしてつながる。水たまりに一粒落ちた火種で世界は歪んで見えた、大事なものすら霞んで、安全に隠されて下を向く、いつかは燃えてしまうのにね、平和に発射台は咲いているのに、枯れてしまわぬように、この音が流れたら、空がなくしょい軍様が笑えるように、任せる軍様に聞こえるように、雲は揺れる私の心のよどに、静かにそれでも重く今も進む、ただただあなたに届くこともなく、虹がかかりそしてつながる。名前を削られた教科書と毛の枝で描いた世界地図、また同じ傷をなぞってる、未来だけがまだ黙ってる。空がなく私が笑えるように、風が舞う私に聞こえるように、雲は揺れる私の心のように、儚く脆くそれでも確かに空がなくあなたが笑えるように、風が歌うあなたに聞こえるように、雲は揺れる私の心のように、深く静かにそれでも続く、今は願うただただあなたに届くこともなく、虹がかかりそして高く積み上げた塀の向こう、誰にも見えない
All right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, boys here. After some fucking... well, after all, after some Vismayor mayhaps, like a storm. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff. Whew. Hope everybody was having a good day or good week. If you did, do write your week in the comments or in the chat if you're live. Here live. If not, sorry for you to have that bad of a week. It shit sucks. However, it will get better. It will get better. So we will be continuing on doing these little bastards, hopefully finishing their edge highlights, doing the librarian, maybe some more if I'm lucky. Well, maybe. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. Here's how we go luck in Serbia. Hide our thumbs. I don't know where that tradition came from, but we hide our thumbs for good luck. Oh shit, I forgot. Blitzsky is very... I forgot Blue Sky is very hashtag reliant. So, before the little prediction... Wait, they're live? Holy shit, dude. Oh, okay, no, that's just for their Tacoma bullshit. Alright, fair enough. Who cares about fucking Tacoma? Who cares about Tacoma? Huh? Okay, I can shut down Blue Sky now. I'm gonna shut down Twitter as well. Just in case if I... so that I don't... you know... I accidentally fucking put on, well, it's VTubers. Somebody is gonna fucking post NSFW. It's stupid, it's fucking stupid, I know, but yeah. Actually, I should. I'm getting noticed on Twitter all of a sudden. You can see it on my phone. Also, I'm gonna try something with the phone. I moved it a little bit closer to me as much as I could. Just gonna clean up this little liquid, whatever the fuck it is, off the screen. Because accidentally it fucking fell. Thankfully I caught it. It hit on the case on the edge, so I didn't crack, it didn't do shit. Also, I'm gonna announce this on Twitter as well. However, for those who are watching and everything, if you're a fan of Warhammer, alright, and you know your rules, and I'm specifically gonna be asking, because current edition, Horus Heresy, and 7th edition, I'm gonna make I'm gonna try my best to make my own edition for free, of course. I'm not gonna ask. I mean, there's no way I can get monetized by that anyway. But even if I could, I wouldn't. There's not gonna be any artwork, sadly. And it's gonna be publicly available for anybody to see and everything. And it's gonna be completely different from. It's a mixed match of everything. It's gonna be different from GW's thing. So I'm 100%. I'm actually not 100. I'm like 80% sure their lawyers won't do shit. Ugh. And we're gonna be I'm gonna try and make it live publicly. Well, not during this little marathon because this is where we're painting. But after that, yeah. So, if there are VTubers involved who can join in, or Warhammer nerds in general who have played, and this is not gonna be like competitive wise. This is gonna be more like the Horus Heresy, very narrative driven or very much customizable. Weapon profiles will matter. I'm gonna make you guys fucking pay fucking points for your meltas, for your plasmas, and all of that bullshit. Also, for my friends who play Warhammer and everything, like my friends, we're gonna mix if they have homebrews like me and everything, I'm gonna help them create their own homebrew rules. And it's also gonna be publicly available so that people can test it, like literally beta test it for me. Because I am genuinely. I played like 8th, 9th, and 9th and 10th. When I first was trying to get into the hobby 40k, I was preparing to get 7th edition, get into 7th edition, but that was in 2017, 18 specifically. I was gearing up for everything. I made a fucking Reddit just for that. But then all of a sudden I'm seeing Gilliman returned, the Blood of Baal, expansions, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and I'm like, there's gonna be a new edition. So why am I preparing to learn an edition that is just gonna be discontinued? And reading up the rumors, it was like GW's completely changing the game, which they did. 8th edition and onwards. I mean 10th edition is completely different from 8th edition, but there are still some staples of 8th edition in there. When 8th edition came in there, it was a complete revamp. Nothing was the same anymore. Like, Horus Heresy, the first 2 editions were 7th edition revamp. This Horus Heresy right now is a weird amalgamation of Rogue Trader and 7th edition. To me, it's fascinating. I am genuinely fascinated by that. Also, thankfully, they caved in. In the legacy PDFs, they brought back console war gear options. Apparently. Well, they said what they will exactly bring back, I do not know. We'll have to see when that PDF drops. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that if the community didn't throw a massive shit fit, they wouldn't have done that. The console options, that is. They still can some stuff. Like, the Sanguinary Guard got their own little profiles in 2nd edition, I think. But they don't have anything again. The Ophanim have rules in that legacy PDF, like Horus Heresy, 2nd edition, Sanguinary Guard. Okay, I think they had their own little... No, they didn't. I'm stupid. Huh. No, they did. They are. In the exemplary battles of Horus Heresy, the Sanguinary Guard. Yeah, they had their own rules. Wait, hold up. I mean, I'm seeing kit bashes, but I'm not seeing... Yes, yep, there are rules. Yeah, there are rules. Cock-sucking bastards, they deleted that. There we go, found them. Thank you, Bell of Lost Souls. Let's go in here. Ha! I made sure that you can see me paint while we're watching the damn live stream. So here are the Sanguinary Guard. We can have like up to 10, and they have like Initiative 4, which is actually quite nice, really, because Primarchs have Initiative 6. So amazing, really. Look at the fucking special rules they have. Burning Wands, Chosen Warriors, basically take on challenges. One model can have a Paragon Blade, which is... They have all Perdition weapons, which is... lulls and lamals. Oh yeah. Burning Ones is basically if... How do I know? Yeah, it's like bonuses if repenting when whether Sanguinius is on the board or not, which makes sense. Sanguinary Guard are his literal bodyguard, so it makes absolute sense that they have bonuses when Sanguinius, because here he's still alive, and when they're not, because Sanguinius sometimes lent the Sanguinary Guard to high-key officials, like his top-of-the-line commands that are very deep in the sphere, or like Ralderon. I genuinely expected him to be in the fucking 3rd edition. I'm gonna be honest with you, I expected that because, you know, they gave them rules and stuff like that, and they're highly popular. I mean, they're highly popular, but they don't have a kit. You have to kit bash them. Or if you somehow have the old Firstborn Sanguinary Guard, use that instead, like I have my 10. Sadly, I'm using them as actual Sanguinary Guard for 40k because thankfully they still survived. I am glad that they survived. like, I don't think that Blood Angels would have the amount of players they have if there wasn't unit like Sanguinary Guard. I'm gonna be honest, because they're like the creme de la creme, they're the elite angels. Dev Company, okay, yeah, but okay, we just have Berserkers. Blood Angels are noble world eaters, then that's not attractive a lot. You know, you have Space Wolves who have their Wolf Guard. Dark Angels have their Deathwing Knights and Deathwing Terminators. And the Wolves and Dark Angels like to foot slogs. I mean, some of the Dark Angels like to foot slog. They have the Raven Wing, which is their biker detachment. I kinda love the fact that Dark Angels are like the jack of all trades, but they're not Ultramarines. Like, normally you would think, okay, they're the Terminator army for the Loyalists. No, they're the jack of all trades, but you don't want to play you don't want to play Ultramarines. It's sort of hilarious that it's actually that. If you want to play Ultramarines, but you don't like their aesthetic, so you went with Knights instead, that they can field Terminators as the whole, you know, thing. It is quite hilarious. And in Horus Heresy, because they're the first Legion, you know, everything about the Astartes is like about them. Because, you know, the first Legion, and they're the blueprint for everything else. It still feels like that with 40k as well, I'm not gonna lie though, but I don't know, they're just better Ultramarines who are Knight coded. That's it. I'm not gonna change my mind about that. Like, they're Ultramarines that are Knight coded and somehow have better Terminators and Bikers, but they're mostly known for Terminators. Actually, I don't think they have the best Terminators anymore. It's the Space Wolves. Because of their Wolf Guard. Yeah, because of their fucking Wolf Guard. I mean, I have to look at the new profile of theirs, but they can equip like Stone Bolters and Frost weapons, which are better POW weapons, and I like that. I really like that build. I'm kind of sick and tired that the Terminators currently you know, the vanilla ones just have power fists and bolters. Like, no, nothing wrong with the fist and storm bolter. Don't get me wrong, it's iconic, but flavor, dude. I want flavor on that. Like, the flavor on my melee. With assault, term use hammer and shield, lightning claw, pure bliss. I genuinely, and I do mean genuinely, like that. It's good, and I think they should keep that loadout. Because they're constantly fucking hinting assault terminators whenever they release new terminators or stuff like that. It's coming soon this edition. And I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think they're gonna bring new assault terminator sculpts this edition. I'm thinking they're saving that up for 11th. In my humble opinion, I think they're saving them up for that, because what are they gonna release for 11th? Because let's be honest, it's gonna be Space Marines. Always will be Space Marines versus insert army. So, which the baddies are gonna be? Probably orcs. As another Xenos faction, which I'm like, okay, like orcs are good. I like me orcs. I like me orcs. Don't get me wrong. However, another Xenos faction? Really, brother? 9th edition, Necrons. 10th edition, Nids. Now I get it, with Necrons and Nids, they needed a refresh. Badly. They got that. Orcs got their refresh in 9th edition. I'm not kidding, they got newer boys. Like, what can they... I don't know what can they put in newer that will make like a good starting army. Because here's the thing with, I mean, they ditched the fucking detachments. Okay, that I absolutely get. They ditched like the troops mandatory stuff like that. But what can they do? Like, I'm not an orc. I want to collect orcs, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna make the fucking red orcs. Like, my orcs are gonna be red. Right? Redskins, like from World of Warcraft, because I am totally fucking original, right? Yeah, like, what? Like, Mega Knobs? Okay, they're not gonna get them new boys. Because they already got them. Unless there's... Wait, I need somebody to tell me if the Orc boys are... the new ones are monopose or multipose. Because I remember when the orcs got their little refresh, a lot of orc players were complaining, and I'm just like, I can't remember which one. I know the Beast Boys, the Beast Snagas, the tougher, more feral orcs. They are like monoposed fully. Like, but like, I genuinely do not know much about the range. Like, I preferably like, I would pick a Chaos faction, the Chaos Marines, because or something like that, but a Chaos faction, because we already have like 2 main baddies were Xenos, like freshen it up. But with orcs, I like the only thing I can think of that can get a refresh for orcs are Meganobs, Flash Gits, like Lutas, Flash Gits, and I think they're gonna make them all into one fucking. They're not gonna make different boxes, Flash Gits, Lutas, and stuff like that. I think they're gonna make them the same kit, but I genuinely do not know. An orc boss on foot. But what else can they put with orcs in that rumored 11th edition box? I genuinely do not know. Oh. Everybody gets pinged. Like, it should be starting like... What did I say? Let me check the community. Oh, it's in an hour. Oh, 7. Okay, 7. Oh, yeah, British Standard Time. Okay, we have some time to fucking edge highlight. I mean, I am gonna be edge highlighting while this is happening, but still, fucking holy shit. But yeah. I think I figured out where to put my hands on the camera now. Sadly, I'm using my phone, so you won't have like perfect zoom and quality, because I'm a broke fucking student, so... I hate the fact I'm doing this out of a bet, but however I made the bet, you fucking honored, you fucking did the bet, I will honor my bet. Simple as. Also, for those who are tuning in, I'm raising, while I'm suffering from doing edge highlighting, because I hate that with a burning passion, I never edge highlight my minis. We're raising funds for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, basically a charity that is dedicated to researching diseases that affect kids, most predominantly child cancer. We all hate cancer, fuck cancer. And yeah, hence why starting to get the fine point on my brush. Hence why we're doing this. Since I am already doing this marathon, I'm like, well, why not? Raise money again. Risking it because a very small streamer, but I did it once. I'm gonna do it again. Took me months, but fuck it. Now, let's continue on edging this little fucking guy's rim. Yes, I know what I just said and now it hit me, and don't at me. Oh shit. Woo! Nearly ruined the finest brush I have. I'm gonna say, edge highlighting red is like a Russian roulette. Either it will be apparent or you won't be able to see shit. Hey Pato, how are you doing, brother? Opa. That's you done. Next up, who is next to be edged? Yep, I know what I said, and when I mean that, I mean the fucking miniatures, Twitch. Yeah, the camera won't focus because I have just my mobile phone. Some work done on my hobby projects. Well, nice. I can't even have a new project. One, I'm broke. Two, I don't have any room. I have to save up money for the Italy trip in August so I can hopefully buy some souvenirs, or like a new pair of sneakers or whatever. It depends what will come up. I don't know. Yeah, I know. There's so much I can do as a broke law student. Like I bought my friend because for my friend's birthday, because he's letting me use his employee discount while he's still working in the shop that's in the stockist program, his employee discount for Warhammer. So I got him a Lord Invocatus. Somebody was selling it new on sprue, and I just like, well, I will get it because he will fuck me gone in God knows how long. Yes, it's in Serbia, so maybe it will last a little bit longer. But I will be away then, because my friend's like birthday is at the start of September. Oh, so that sounds more better than plastic crack. I know, but I already have like couple. I already have like 2 pairs, but my mom insists if I find something. Like, here's the thing. I'm a guy who doesn't like to spend a lot of money. Actually, I am a I'm a guy who will predominantly put more money in savings than spend it. And it's because how I grew up a little bit. So I still have a piggy bank. I still use it. Like all of my change, I fucking put it in there, and that's it. Like it went to the point where I made a rule where certain money bills or coins, whatever you want to call it, going in the piggy bank, and the above that is smart man. Yeah, like I am a guy who will save. I dislike having a lot of stuff. The miniatures are an exception to the rule, but like I dislike having like a lot of damn fucking stuff. Like my mom is the total opposite of me, but I am a guy who, like, she saves up, but she will spend the money, and I'm just like, I won't. Why? It costs a lot. So what? I have 2 pairs already. I have a Jordans and I have an Adidas pair. Like, I'm good. No. You have to. Like, the first thing, like, savings are like iffy here in Serbia. The banking is kind of iffy. Mostly because like we're still like a transitional country from, you know, communism. So the banking is a little bit iffy. Like savings are like a lot of Serbs are skeptical to put their money in the bank and savings, because we had like in a span of 20 years 3 economic recessions where everybody's savings are gone. You know, just gone. Banks closed down with a little bit of interference with foreign people, because they will get the fucking chance. So people just get as much bills and shove them in their fucking in a part of their home. You know. I might do that just in case for the savings go to the bank and everything. Even though my own sister, who is a banker, says, be careful with saving accounts. Like, you know, some of it are accounts set up. Oh, the retirement accounts automatically are made here in Serbia when you start working. Like, we have a whole org, we call it PO fond. Penzionersko i osiguravajuće fond. Pension and insurance fund. Like, it's a state governed body, and everyone who works, they're not net profit, net pay, but what's that? Gross, yeah, your gross pay. Out of your gross pay, a part of it goes to that fund, and it's yours. And when you retire, that's the retirement pay you get. You know, you have a set monthly pay. Now now you would think, oh, that's good. We're talking about Serbia. It's not enough for some cases. You know? But it's still there, and it's basically in every former Yugoslav country. And when I went to like overseas and tell them that to my fellow law students, they're like, "Wait, that thing exists? That's awesome!" I'm like, "Wait, you don't have that." It was that way here too in formal jobs. Yeah, here is in both sectors, in both private and public sector, they have to. Like, your employers must do that. If they don't, the IRS is coming, and you don't want the IRS to come. Like, you get prison time if you don't do that. And it's heavy prison time. Like 5 years minimum, depending on how much you did not pay. You could 5 to like 10, maybe 20 years because it's paying that fund is literally equivalized legally to paying tax. You have to pay it. It's like tax evasion. It's treated same as tax evasion. You're fucked if that happens. Oh, Pato, you're in Mexico. Oh, now it all makes sense. What you just wrote now. You got Americanized. Yeah, Serbia has a very large informal gray workforce. Yeah. The Balkans, the whole of Balkans, same exact situation. Like, here's the thing. Us Serbs, former Yugoslavs, Balkans, we are basically the Slavic and Greek versions of you lads in Latin America. Pretty much Americanized is perfectly said, yeah. Like, here it's not gonna happen, thankfully. Like, there is, like, for instance, private clinics and stuff like that, but the healthcare is still universal, thankfully. Like, there were some movements to make it privatized, like America, and basically every single person in the country said, if you do that, we're burning the parliament. Like, straight up, if you make our healthcare Americanized, we will burn the parliament. That's what they said. Straight up, we will burn the fucking parliament. There's a highly do not Americanize house rule here in Serbia, where everything Americanized is cringe. Like for instance, when we had our 2 mass shootings in the history of the country, where one of my high school mates, sadly in the second one, passed away. One opposition basically said, "What are we, America, to let these shootings happen?" One was in a school, another in a village close to me. And the first thing the ruling party did was make the gun control laws even more strict. Everybody who had valid, carry licenses had to get re-evaluated, which all of them willingly did, by the way. They didn't have to. They were not legally enforceable. They were nudged, but they were not legally enforceable. They didn't have to. Everybody did that. And people who had guns legally gave up their guns because they didn't want to have them anymore. And a lot of fucking, illegal guns, were also, because there was a moratorium, basically, if you had any illegal guns hidden after the wars in the 90s, you wouldn't get punished whatsoever, so a lot of them gave that. One of my brother's friends was a firefighter, because they were collecting him, had a guy who had a fucking rocket launcher, an actual fucking rocket launcher in his attic. just in case. Literally, the guy said, just in case. Nobody fucking tried to find it. I yoinked it. It wasn't even in the fucking Serbian army. It was from the Croats. Yeah, thank God your healthcare is not Americanized. I mean, here's the thing: universal healthcare. A lot of people in the States think that healthcare is absolutely free. It isn't. Damn. Yeah. Another guy had like 3 fucking AKs. Yeah, a single guy had 3 AKs. Why he had 3? Because 3 is the sacred number in Serbia. I'm not kidding. He thought it was good luck. Shit ton of grenades and stuff like that. Everybody gave that away. So the only people who have guns now, and here's the thing in Serbia: you can have a pistol. That's it. You can't even have a revolver. It's a 9mm. You can't have like submachine guns and everything like that. You can't here, unlike in the States. And we were like top 5 of gun owners, by the way. That's because of the official fucking number. Unofficially, we were like 2nd or 3rd after the States. You know. So the only ones who have guns are either criminals, police officers, and the licensed people who have now the far more stricter gun controls, you know. Yeah, but the trick is like basically the best way for you to get the government to handle something is saying if it's comparable to what happens in America, says it's happening, we're becoming America, they will out of fucking spite change it, you know. Which is like, well, that's one way to do that. Shame it doesn't apply to every single damn time. But yeah, back to healthcare. Like, a lot of people think universal healthcare is free. It isn't. Here's the thing with somebody who lives in a country that has universal healthcare, or as you all call it, free. We still pay, but astronomically low. For going to like public hospitals and public, you know, health centers. That's what we call Dom Zdravlja, house of health, where you go to your general practitioner for the most common ailments and get diagnosed and stuff like that. It's most of the time that the insurance is pays it off. The trick is that everyone must be insured, mandatory. Everybody, even unemployed, must be insured. It's not just in our law, it's in the fucking Constitution, you know? And thankfully, the insurance and everything like that covers most of it. If you go to private clinics, the insurance really reduces it, but you still pay, and it's not a small sum. For medicine, the insurance just really lowers the amount. Okay, really lowers the amount. We still pay. But like, for instance, I pay for ibuprofen $1. The equivalent for $1 or $2. We call it brufen. Now, it's not hospital ibuprofen. It's the commercially available ibuprofen. But you get my point. If I go to the States, somebody will pay a shit ton of money for that. And the funniest thing, we don't need for that a prescription, which is absolutely fucking hilarious. But it's not. It's not like hospital level ibuprofen, so you're not gonna get fucking addicted, thankfully. But yeah, like people also praise the Scandinavian countries that their healthcare is free. No, they still pay. They pay, like the hospital visits in Finland are like $20 or something like that. I mean, here in Serbia they're free. Like, I'm gonna be straight up, like, they're free. Because the insurance just covers that completely. Yeah, pharmacies. You call them pharmacies, we call them apothecaries. Apotheca. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Because the pharmacists are... Like, we have a pharmaceutical university, and they're like quasi-doctors. They know the basic shit, but they're very focused on the chemistry. You know? But they know, like, every medicine inside and out. That sounds way better, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Like, the doctor know some of the stuff, but the pharmacists, they know more than the doctors about what medicine does. You know? The doctors know just enough to prescribe what it does and everything, but the pharmacist is the one that knows every single detail. So when you finish your checkup and you get the prescription, you go to the pharmacist, and he is, by the way, legally fucking obliged to explain to you what it does. And he goes in, and they all go into massive details, specifically, and they always ask you if you're allergic to it, you know, and they explain to you what it is. By the way, the pharmacists, because you have a little card, they scan it. You don't have to even say it anymore. They know if you're allergic or not. It just flares up. It sounds way better, to be honest. Yeah, like, our doctors and pharmacists, they are like, they really know. Like, there's a reason why Germany really wants our specialists, our pharmacists, and stuff like that. They really want them. If you catch my drift. Like, our med uni is really well respected in Europe. Like, my law uni is very respected. Like, my law uni is ranked better than the law uni in Austria, in Greece, in Hungary, and shit like that. We have, like, people from Greece, if they don't get into law university Athens, because it's the capital, they come to Belgrade. And they say it's ranked better than Athens. The only reason why they don't come here en masse is because they don't speak Serbian. You know? And there's a limited amount of foreign students that can join, you know? You know, so don't underestimate our small universities. Like, it's not just Serbia, it's also Croatia and Bosnia. They have some very, very well respected universities. I'm not gonna lie. So our people, our experts, they know their shit. You know? There's also, like, extreme. Actually, no. Doctors are extremely protected. They can sometimes fuck up and still have their licenses. Let's say that they're extremely protected because if they're slightly disgruntled, they're en masse gonna go to Germany or France or whatever, or Austria. But yeah, basically that. But it's like, back to the point, it's not free. A lot of people in the US who sadly really romanticize communism have this belief that healthcare is free. It isn't, even in this time of Yugoslavia. communist socialist country, government, healthcare wasn't free. It's just the insurance thing was the same as it is now, heavily subsidized by insurance firm, but instead of private, but it was more state owned. The state had more control over it because, public property, Free healthcare is just Yes, it is, basically, in a nutshell, yeah. It's just, here the state really emphasizes it must be available for everyone. So even if taxes are low, everybody must have access to healthcare. And by low, I mean low yield, low profit, whatever you want to call it. I'm probably making economy major burst an aneurysm listening to explain. I'm a law guy. I'm not a finance or economics guy. I had economy in my second year. I barely fucking passed that bullshit. I cannot understand. I can understand the bare basics. That's it. The higher complexity of bullshit, I can't. And it's not my thing. Like, the only reason why I learn economy is how the fucking country operates, and even then, if I work in the parliament in that sector, I will have experts telling me what to do. I just know the very fucking basics. And I hated it. It was such a boring fucking subject. I had to listen so many fucking times to fucking about Karl Marx's thing, because in a former communist country we gotta fucking learn him anyway. Like, I was so I literally wanted to fucking at one point just quit university because the economy was eating my ass. I couldn't even fucking comprehend the more complex subjects. But yeah, TLDR, it is taxes. However, it's more of also the country peer pressuring the medical and pharmaceutical industry in that country to not do what America does. Oh, it's very complicated. Very complicated. I just love the fact my professors talk about it like it's nothing. Yeah, this is so easy. Why are you all having hard issues with economy? And we were just standing there listening to him say that, one of the professors, and we were like, if it wasn't our professor, we would have punted him. Like, one guy literally said that straight up. Not in front of him when he was far away, but you get my point. The issue is that the economy professors that we have are really, really, really stuck up. They don't even really try to make it so that you understand it. And they're flabbergasted when you don't understand it. Yeah, And that's the issue with the economy subject catheter from my uni. Like, the issue is that it's a hard subject. It's very complex, especially since it's something that most of us won't even bother do that in our practice in real life, and they're acting. They're really acting out of touch, like very out of touch of their students. Even the recent ones who became docents, basically, they don't have the professor rank yet. They have a PhD. They're not the professor because professor is a title, but they have PhDs and they can lead. How do I say this? Lectures, and they can examine students. However, even they are really out of fucking touch. Like, they are just blabbing complex words, you know, and they're not. They don't even bother trying to explain it, because most of us did not come from business high school where they teach you that lingo and stuff like that. We all come from high schools, dude. Regular high schools. Or some even fucking come from medical high schools where they teach you to be a nurse. But more on that later. But like, we don't understand this. This is our first time learning about this, alright? It's a very complex subject. You're explaining it to us like we already know this by heart. And you expect us to have the utmost complete understanding of it. Like, we want us to have 100% or A+ or 10, because here uni is graded from 5 to 10. 5 is you fail, 6 is the lowing passing grade, and 10 is like A++. You know, you know more, far more. You know. Like, and they expect us to like completely understand. Like, the trick is with these people, sadly, it's like the genius complex, where they here's the thing, all of those professors, all of those guys have like GPAs of over 9. Like, mine is like somewhere 8, alright? But they're like near 10, you know. Alright? But I don't know how to explain it, but with law university, you have with university in general, you gotta have brains, like, to finish university, but you also have to work your ass off. The trick is when you're getting your master's, then your PhD, then you're trying to get credentials to a lecture and stuff like that. You're constantly studying, and you cannot be a professor, you know, unless you completely understand that. Alright? So you have to have a PhD, and you also have to have like extreme understanding. So a lot of these professors, and you know, are actually quite smart people. However, they are most of them, and it's ironic for law university as well, they're extremely socially fucking inept. Like, a lot of my professors, God bless the rare few who are actually, you know, touch grass, you know, they fully understand. Those are the best fucking professors. Those are the ones that actually teach you and it sticks for life. A lot of them really think, well, I learned this instantly. I had no issues with that. How come you're having issues? That's the, you know, the mentality they have, because they're very smart. I'm someone who has a, you know, above average IQ. You know, I'm like with them. However, I don't know how to explain it, but not every smart person is the fucking same. Especially since the problem is like the stock upness they have. It's so just disconnected me from the subject of economy. Like actually, because of the assistants who are supposed to be helping us, because they were students. They were students till recently, and they're trying to become professors. They remember all of the hardships and the problems every student has with that specific subject, and they should learn how to explain it to us. But no, it's somehow like extremely hereditary. Is that how is that how you call it in English? Hereditary? Hereditary? Yeah, hereditary. Now I remember how you pronounce it. Hereditary. In that fucking subject, everybody fucking become the same person, basically. How do you not understand this? I explained this multiple times. And like, but instead of telling me, okay, so the fundamentals of economics is you have to make a balance. You have to make an active and passive. So profits and plus and minuses. So profits and losses, expenses and shit like that. And in between, and when you basically subtract losses from profits, you have net profits. Gross profits are your total fucking earnings and shit like that, okay? But that's how you explain the basic bitch way, However, they go like, so the fundamentals of the balance of statuses between you have to get your active funds, which you gain from this, which was created by this and this economics, and the losses between this and this, you get net profits, which means that when you get net profits that are this and this and this and this, insert scholarly words and everything. They treat economics like your not your bachelor degree, your primary, your basic degree. Not, they treat it like you're on your master's, or worse, no, actually not on your master's. When they treat you like you're on your PhD for economics. You get me what I mean? Like, they treat it like it's like you already know everything. You have your master's in economics and you're getting your PhD, so they're word bombing you everywhere and completely losing you. Oh, there's ads. Oh, fuck me. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be in YouTube, so yeah. Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot to add on YouTube. The only way you can donate is through Twitch. Oh, jebem ti mater. O. There we go, you fucking bastard. Make sure to join the other side, if you get me, alright? Yeah, just in case, I sadly had to delete my recent recordings of the Divinity Let's Play because sadly some of the game files got corrupted. Hard disk, what can I say? So I did the verified files, it re-downloaded shit, thankfully. So I think it's gonna be doable. I didn't record it last night because I didn't want to accidentally, because I take some time recording, you know. I plan like jokes ahead, or I'm very nitpicky. Even though it's a let's play, you might think I just hit record and that's it. No, if it doesn't look, if the episode doesn't, or the part of the let's play doesn't look okay to me, I delete it and I re-record it. Because I put saves in numbers where the video ends, you know, that I recorded at, so I know when I start the video. So I had some parts already recorded which I'm gonna be honest, there are very funny parts, so there's no need for me to delete all of that, but some of them have to be deleted, sadly. So there's gonna be a mismatch. So if you see or hear different mic tunes and stuff like that, it's that. But yeah, making videos surprisingly hard work. Well, I thought, I mean, yeah, it is. Like, here's the thing, it's not, you don't treat it as work if you're enjoying it. Like, for me, my YouTube, I make just videos that I personally would watch. I wanted to jump on the trends and stuff like that, but I'm just like, and it's smart to do that, but here's the funny thing. I am not gonna do this full time. Ever. Law University. I'm 2 exams away. Right? 2 exams away. I'm gonna be, you know, finishing law uni and working somewhere with a okay pay, even at start. And I plan to, like, because the bar exam here is separate, by the way. So after I finish law university, and this is where English is a bitch, because when I say I'm gonna be a lawyer, it means I graduated from law university. For bar exam, that's the attorney, you know, the guy who defends you in court, prosecutor or judge. And I plan to do the bar exam, and it's separated here. You have to either work like 2 years in court, or prosecution, or in a law firm. But most of that fucking time, you're doing it pro bono. You volunteer, by the way. Yeah. So you don't get any money. You just get your health insurance, and it counts to the retirement fund, which I said. You know. As if that didn't happen, then nobody would fucking do that. And it's like that for simple, and I say majority. There are some cases where you can get a full pay and that 2-year time. However, that's a different topic. And it's like that because you're a fresh graduate, basically, you know. And you're already in that, and they always need fucking lawyers, you know, fresh. They always need people, the courts, the prosecution, they all need them. All need these fresh graduates, or who graduated from law uni. Alright, they need them. However, it's a high-ass fucking responsibility. Like, you have someone's life in your hands, you know? So makes sense they don't pay you, because if you fuck up, well, you weren't on the payroll. But also, but they're also trying their, they're also really trying their best to make sure that they pay you in and out, because there's like multiple instances where you're getting a percentage of that pay, a percentage of your full pay to for that because a lot of people are going to law firms because they're private entities, you know. So they only go with with courts and everything like that. They don't pay you because, you know, high responsibility. However, lawyers are private entities. They have the option to fully pay you. They won't. Because why the fuck would a private attorney firm, because all law firms are private, why would they fucking pay you a greenhorn just when you come? Why would they pay you? You're there to help them with everything like that, gather the material, summarize it, everything, and you have an important role. However, if you fuck up, they fuck up. So the best way to do that is not pay you because, oh well, you fucked me over a little bit, made me lose the case. Oh, I wasn't paying you apart from your health insurance and retirement because it's mandatory. However, the rest I don't have to pay you shit, so fuck off, you know? And the other way, and that's for 2 years, or you 3 or 4 years. Before it was 5, and now it's like 3 or 4. You're working as a lawyer, just a JD, as some say, to whatever private sector. So you work in your municipality. You work basically in the public sector where they need somebody who graduated from law university. You know? That's how it works here in Serbia. Fun, isn't it? Okay, so I managed to highlight the Terminators. Finally, I can move them now. So I'm gonna move them bit by bit because they have like 3D printed chain axes instead of hammers. Because who is gonna stop me? I'm not gonna play competitive anymore. And that will only work if it's in the GW store. A lot of the tournament officials here in Serbia, when there's a tourney for 40k, they let this because it looks fucking cool. Next up is this Terminator librarian, and then I'll see who is next. So a lot of hard work is what you're saying. Yeah, basically. Because actually, I'm gonna explain it to you. Just let me put back these lads in the shelf. Basically, here's the thing with the bar exam here in Serbia. Here, the bar exam is treated like differently. The questions and exams are basically, they reteach you the subjects you already learned in university for your bachelor's degree, right? Not everything. Only the ones that are important for court, you know? So the things that happen in practice. So there's no obligational law, thank fuck. That was the bane of my existence. Those are contracts. However, it's all that is how to say this, bundled up into civic procedural law, right? And you only learn the important parts that you know, stuff like that. But it's highly focused on practice, because the questions are basically from what everybody told me, and my mother, who is a lawyer. Oh, I have bruschetta. By the way, is that all of the questions are mostly focused in a way, or formulated in a way that you only learn that if you have practice. You know, if you already have some experience under your belt, and it perfectly fucking makes sense. You know, it's the bar exam. You know, where so you already you understand what I mean. So it basically is, why would we let you become a prosecutor, an attorney, or a judge if you're just fresh from the university? You know, a greenhorn. You're gonna make mistakes. So you have to have some practice under your belt. And once you accumulate that enough practice, you then can take the bar exam. However, the trick is you have to have somebody in your workplace endorse you. Well, they don't pay shit. They say, yes, he completed this and this. He can take the bar exam. He completed these amounts of years working as a lawyer, somebody who graduated from law university. They can take the bar exam. So they need a third party, your workplace, to start it, to vouch that you worked as there, you know. So it's symbiotic, really. But you need to have practice under your belt, because, like I said, you're like, for instance, in the States, like, they finish the bar exam, and with enough politicking, I mean, that's everywhere, they immediately become a prosecutor, stuff like that, and then you have massive amounts of fuck-ups. Like, massive amounts of fucking fuck-ups. Like, look at the fucking Diddy trial and Epstein's list. Like, come on, dude. Like, those are the attorney general in the US who was under all of those cases got fired recently. You know, and it's highly inept. So why would they make you a prosecutor or attorney or judge if you're fresh from that and you don't have a single practice under your belt? Because you have to learn a little bit of the responsibility, a little bit of that. Yeah, it is. And because here's the thing, when you work in that field, that little separation right there serves a second purpose, to make you more responsible, for you to have a goal, because you won't be admitted to the bar exam if you didn't actually take your job seriously, if you actually did not learn the trade. Because there's a reason why people say they don't work law. Fuck you. Fuck you, troll. Zima. They don't, what was I gonna say? Jebise jebote. You got me lost track of what I was talking about. Shut up, you love me. No, you love me. I'm not bisexual like you. I just like women. What was I about to say? Jebi se, izgubio sam šta sam htio da kažem, jebote. Yeah, it teaches them about the responsibility of the... Yeah, you don't work law, you practice law. Law is a trade. It's a trade. You practice law just like you practice medicine. It's a trade. It constantly changes because law is determined by the social surrounding of the and social structure and social opinion of some stuff. It fundamentally changes as we, as humans, as our civilization changes. All right. So you constantly have to learn it, but also you are. This law is a job field where you're constantly. Yeah, be sick. Law is a field where you're constantly surrounded by humans. It's one of the fields of work and science, because I do believe there is legal science, literally, where it's heavily revolved on people, and people are different. Everyone is different. Humans are also very unpredictable. For me to know law, I must know humans, the person, because, for instance, let's go with the most interesting one, because you all don't want to fucking listen to contracts. For instance, let's go with criminal law, right? Let's go for criminal law, because it's the most interesting one, because everybody fucking likes to listen. That little, that junkie that mugged your next door neighbor, you know, he's still a human. Regardless of that, Diddy is still a human. Now, Diddy is a monster of a human, but he's still human nonetheless. I have to know how humans behave. I need to study them. We literally study humans. You know, we observe them. We have to take everything about them into consideration. Like, let's go back to... I'm not gonna go with Diddy because I can go on with that. Gotta go, man. Interesting stuff is this. Yeah, no worries. Like, for instance... I don't know. I mean, we're gonna watch the Warhammer reveals that are happening in a fucking minute. But... what was I about to say? Yeah, but for instance, that little what do we call it, junkie? He's still a human. I have to know why he what happened. Why did he become what he is? Not just why did he become addicted to whatever he is, whatever substance he's on, but also why did he do that? Or for instance, I don't know, that one unemployed person, or whatever you want to call it, has mugged someone. Let's actually no, I now have the perfect example. You have two people, two different criminals. You know, they mugged someone. One is and you're a judge, and you're both and they both did commit a crime. It's a fact that they committed a crime, and they must be punished by law. However, one did it to feed their addiction, selfish, and the other one did it because he is sadly life decided to piss on him, and he has a young kid that is sick, and he doesn't have money to do that, so he took the life that he committed that crime, let's say robbery, to do that. I, as a judge, by law, must punish them both. However, the one who did it to get money for his sick kid's medicine, he's gonna get a lower sentence. Now, it's not gonna be. He's not gonna get free, no. But there's a difference because law has to. At least that's how we in Serbia do it. Law has to be. Law has to be equivalent. No person in our entirety. Oh shit! It's starting. Yeah, but no person is the same. That everybody has their own fucking circumstances.
Out there maybe get you involved, which is let us know where in the world you're from. I do it every time and I always enjoy the answer. And while you start punching in your coordinates, not too specific, I've got a question for you, Eddie. Done any hobby lately?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Adam.
But
yeah, I've been doing a little bit of Horus Heresy hobby.
Very nice. You said you were going to.
I did, and I did.
Just
so I've got some white scars on my table at the moment.
Fuck off,
I'm all
Chad.
sprayed up, and I've started painting a jet bike, but using some of the Horus Heresy transfers on the side, so it looks very nice.
But yeah, like everybody's
some
different
Space
and
Wolves.
everything
I bought
like
the
that.
new Space
So
Wolf box.
there's no
like a lot of people. I'm very excited by
morally
the
and
new,
as a
Space
human you
Wolf
cannot.
Very, even as
It's
a dark
give
lovely.
both of
It's a
these
lovely, lovely
extremely
box. I think
criminals
that brought a
the
lot
same,
of people to Fenris. That particular box set.
No,
How about yourself? Have you been doing any
Well,
cool
I'm
Warhammer?
glad you asked. The short answer is yes. I bought myself some new a new kill team. I went for the Hernkin
nice.
yesterday, and I'm going to have a crack at that. I've not really painted kill team stuff. I've always used things from my main army. The other thing, it's only went to the Throne of Skulls with my good friend Damien O'Byrne, and we brought home a gold medal, which was super fun to play so many games of the Middle East Strategy Battle game together with so many lovely. Huge shout
this
out.
guy
I met
flexing
a father
himself.
and son team who'd flown all the way across to join in from the US, and they're now hiking, backpacking around the mountains
What an
somewhere
unexpected
in Spain.
journey.
Literally. Tremendous. So I hope you get to tune in wherever you are. It was really fun. Thank you to all my opponents who played and then thought I wasn't such a horrible person to play against. Always nice. So, Si, where are people from?
Oh, all over the place. It's wonderful. So we've got folks from Australia, Canada, USA, Spain, pretty much all over the globe. Someone's claiming they're even from Caliban. I'm not sure the truth of that one.
Only the very best
Caliban.
among us could possibly come from such an estimable place. Awesome. Right. So, as I said before, we've got about 90 minutes worth of like wall-to-wall Warhammer content in this big summer Warhammer preview. We should probably look to begin.
Yeah, let's get stuck in, shall we?
Right. So, Raph, punch the first video.
So just before we go in, the new guy, he's a little bit peculiar.
Oh
but
come on, man! The fucking good old fucking seventh edition announcing a Primarch skits are back. Great. Oh, okay. Dwarves. Ooh. Ah, the Votan, nice. Aren't you what steel jetpacks? What the fuck is this dude? Fries Devoured. Okay, a new name character for Votan, nice. Okay, so Votan did get their second wave.
What an incredible set of reveals.
It's
for the
mechs
League of
related.
Votan.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is the largest release for the Leagues of Votan since the initial release of the army. This is a huge expansion, all in plastic for that force. There is new heavy infantry, there's some new artillery, there's loads of new really characterful.
The heavy infantry
characters
are the
to add to
mechs,
army. There's some
apparently.
new vehicles, all sorts of stuff. So there's the kind of
They have
shot
a
of the full
mortar.
army there, but let's take a closer look at some of the specific models, specific units to be added into the force. We'll start
Okay,
with
this guy's for the heavy
the
guns.
Arcanist Evaluator.
Yeah, so within the Leagues of Votan, they're not afraid of developing technology and expanding.
Evaluator,
understanding.
huh? Can you
So
evaluate
Arcanist
these nuts
Evaluator
in your
is
mouth?
Kind of
Got him.
aside from the ordinary kin within sort of the war bands that operate, he's a member of the science guilds that are responsible for new technologies, and he brings to battle an experimental weapon in the sort of closing phases of development. This is a transmatter inverter.
It's a cool name.
Yeah, it's got 4 fire modes, and on the highest one, it literally triggers lethal atomic transformations. What that means is death.
Yeah, so he's taken out his new experimental weapon basically to the battlefield to see if it is, as he suspects, powerful enough to melt Space Marines, tanks, or Tyranid monsters, whatever he happens to come up against.
Yeah, he's
Pretty
going to
much
be
yes
the
to
one
the
that
above.
Pretty much
leads
yes to all of the
those
above.
heavy gunners.
He's not part of the official sort of Leagues of Votan military hierarchy. So he doesn't join your units necessarily, but he kind of hangs around in your army next to them, and he's got kind of lone operative ability.
Oh, he's a lone
that
op.
sort of thing.
Okay.
But a very useful, characterful little model to add into your Leagues of Votan force.
I mean, he's going to
and
be
a nice way of kind
hiking
of
up
showing
with the heavy gunners.
some of the kind of lore and culture of the army as well, of the Leagues of Votan.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a glimpse behind the sort of the curtain, isn't it? And you can see some really cool things that sort of key into that. He's got these optics on his weapon. You can almost imagine sort of recording the data from the results.
That's a very cool head as well, kind of mad scientist vibe going on.
Yeah,
There we
if
go.
you wanted to, there's a separate, a different head.
They have the
You can have
names
his helmeted
things
or if you use
nearby,
health
so
and safety
on the
protocols,
left.
then,
Absolutely.
that's the way to go. Next up, my absolute standout favourite. This is the thing that made me march into Warhammer World yesterday and buy some Leagues of Votan models for myself. The Memnir Strategist. He is an Ironkin. Those of you who are fans of the League of Votan will understand that the Ironkin are
Abominable
robots.
intelligence.
well, not
AI
in their
robots,
mind, but
they're
they're
AI
artificial
robots.
intelligences which,
Okay, come on, they're
they hold
constantly
equal
flipping
positions
left
in
and
Votan
right.
society. There's a CU unit.
Fuck you, I'm gonna
inside
put
of,
this in the
each of
center.
them, and that's sort of within that iron dome that is normally. his
And
head.
my boy is
The
gonna
first
get,
really cool thing about this model is that you see the little noodly.
Oh,
things that are
fuck
on,
you
in the
guys.
Imperial
James
System, like
Workshop.
these, cables that come out of him. Each of those is an additional CU unit. So he is the combined intelligence of multiple Ironkin, essentially, and he uses that to enormous effect in terms of strategy and tactics on the battlefield, directing the efforts of the kin around him. It keys into a rule as well, which is known as yield points, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. And most importantly, he looks amazing.
It's a very, very cool miniature, isn't it? Really characterful. I think
I didn't hear
also
anything
got
what he said.
spare
but
arms on the front there, which is holding onto
bonus
his
arms.
holding onto his little data pad.
It's
He's tapping
probably
away on
like-
there, giving
yeah,
orders
I
to all
heard
the various,
yield points,
kin
so
and
he's
League of Votan
basically
units
making
across the
our
battlefield. And his main pair
units
of arms he's used
better,
to
efficient,
hold in
and
his contemplative
gives you more
state, which is
victory
the
points or
exact
something like
pose
that.
that I have when I'm considering my movement phase in Warhammer
Exactly.
40,000.
And if you want to dazzle your friends with some knowledge, the array he's got on his back is called a cognitar mantle, and that's where he gets like his extra brain power.
But the guy's pondering,
Really,
I wanted to say.
sensational.
The guy's
Speaking
pondering.
of Ironkin, these are a new unit of Ironkin. They are called the Steeljacks. Two types of metal in one name.
Steeljacks.
Eddie, what's the story?
Yeah, so this is the Ironkin Steeljacks. They are a specialist war, kind of more warrior type of Ironkin. A lot of the Ironkin are fairly sort of
just
helpful.
gonna
They're kind of
do it
default
like this,
normal-
because
Yeah,
it's
they're-
gonna be on
that's
the left anyway.
default state is a sort of friendly, affable helpers for the Leagues of Votan for the kin. These are a much more warlike programming, so they march out actively into battle seeking conflict. They are in very large suits of armor, so they stand kind of almost twice the height of a kin or a League of Votan warrior, and they have got some pretty decent weaponry as well. You can kit them out in a
AI
variety of
Space
different
Marines.
ways. You can either go combat leaning. This is an example there, where you can have like concussion fists and bolt guns, or you can go with a ranged option. In game terms, they work a little bit like Wraithguard, I suppose, is the closest approximate. So very durable unit, quite powerful weaponry, very good
Not
for doing things like
Wraithguard.
moving
Wraithguard, you
onto an
can pull it
objective and trying
5
to
or
hold
10.
onto
These
it,
are max 3.
and fighting
3 or
off
6
enemy
probably.
counterattacks, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, in real terms, heavily armed, heavily armoured, extremely dangerous unit. You can see the leader in the squad, as you looked at these pictures, by the Primarch crest, which sort of rises above his head. There we are in the background.
So Votan
He's
got
a
their
plasma
heavy
sword down the front,
elite infantry.
concussion
Okay.
vest. Great new addition to the Leagues of Votan army, I think it's fair to say. We're not done. There's more. The Chthonian Earthshaker channels some really strong energy from that sort of rogue trader era. Do you remember mole mortars for squat
Very
armies?
well, yes.
So these are sort of inverse artillery in that rather than lobbing a shot high above the enemy, they fire those mole shells that you can see down at the bottom. deep
So
into
what
the
they're
ground.
shooting
They
downwards,
burrow
what
in on
the
the
fuck?
enemy and emerge
That's
in a trench
funny.
line, in a bunker,
like
and
that.
just blow everyone to kingdom come.
Each
like
one of
that.
these is a really lovely sort of dire armor in their own right as well. So you can see the kin there working with the Iron Kin, loading up the artillery. You can see one of them there with his little scanner, almost directing the mole as it kind of buries underground towards the enemy fortifications. Obviously, it's a powerful piece in game. You've got all sorts
Okay,
of
we're getting to painting now. I hate.
nice kind of ways that this will bolster your Leagues of Votan force, which at the moment maybe doesn't have a huge amount of very long range artillery. And yeah, I think it's a great kit, really.
Awesome. Speaking of the bigger models that are inside this launch, we have the Capricus. So the Capricus is one of those kits that makes two things. You can see here the Capricus Defender. We'll show you the Capricus Carrier in a minute. Essentially, it is either a sort of attack vehicle for the Hernkin, or it's a transport vehicle. They've got so this is the Carrier. So it's a smaller gun. It's got less other weapons on it, and you can see the stowage bag for the crew that will ride in the back. Whichever you take, essentially this is enabling your Hernkin to get around from A to B and hold the ground that they're taking.
Yeah, so
Finally,
it adds a
they
bit
have
of
a
mobility
transport
into your
that's
Leagues
not
of
a
Votann
huge
force.
point sink.
It carries 5 models, so it works a little bit like the other kind of Leagues of Votann transports, where you pick one of your units, it can split into 2 groups of 5. 5 of them can ride around in one of these. If you've got 2 of the transports, you can obviously ride them around in 2 of the transports. And as you say, Adam, you can choose between either having the transport option, or you can just have all
Only
the guns.
5?
A fast-moving fire support unit.
Dude,
this
that's
is
not
stunning. This is what made me
good.
march off to,
Impulse.
Warhammer
They had.
yesterday and buy
They
them.
had.
There's some
I
really
like
lovely little
expected
touches on this. The
Impulsor
stowage
level
bags are really nice at the back.
7 or
I like
6.
that you can build this with 2 Ironkin as well. So if you want
Yes,
an Ironkin
yeah.
pilot and an Ironkin gunner, you can build them like that. Fans of Ironkin generally, there is a lot of Ironkin
Yeah, you've
in
done
this
quite well
Leagues
this
of
week.
Votann
Yeah,
release.
absolutely so. There's also a new combat patrol for the Leagues of Votann on the way. We're all familiar with combat patrols if we're familiar with Warhammer 40,000. If you're new, let me explain what they do. It's
That's
fantastic
not a
way
bad
to
one, I
start an
think.
Army. Or to bolster an army if you've already got one. This one really focuses on those sort of kin bands that make up the mainstay of the force. You've got the Thunderers in the background, the Hearth Guard in the middle. It's just wonderful
I
ingredients.
don't know
to
how
bulk
good
out
it
force.
is.
Yeah, there's some really useful units in there.
Then
as well.
again,
Like,
they're
you
getting
don't
a new
tend to see
codex,
League
so
of
nobody
Votann
knows if
army
they're
that
good or not.
Doesn't have all of those units.
Yeah,
in.
there's no wastage there.
So
Right?
it's all good stuff. A couple of boxes of these, and then a couple of the new units, and you've got an army
You're
basically.
away. Yeah, absolutely so. Now, on to, for many people's opinion, I expect the main event of this release.
Thrice
This is
devoured.
Bury Egnisson. Eddie?
So Bury Egnisson is the last survivor of a Leagues of Votann clan which has been consumed by the encroaching Tyranid menace. He is known as the Thrice Devoured. A Tyranid monster has actually eaten this guy, but that wasn't enough to keep him down. He clawed his way out of its gullet, climbed his way back out to safety 3 times apparently,
Yep.
and now goes across the galaxy, across the kin warband.
I thought he was
as
fucking
a roving
cloned and
Tyranid
mind
killing
replaced.
specialist.
Yeah,
effectively.
absolutely. He's in terms of specialist, he is an absolutely elite combat unit. He's equipped with that Darkstar glaive, which you see there, which is called Bane. He's pure violence in melee form.
I think you're going to get a lot of this guy in armies because his rules are very good. He is he's got a great combat stat line, but he's also a lone operative. So you can imagine this guy advancing either on his own or alongside, kind of behind your forces, and swooping in on the big enemy monsters. and stuff that
Motherfuckers
get
got
to
their
threaten.
sci-fi
and
Gotrek.
his lore really comes into it. So he's a member of, well, he's the only member now of an organisation called the Emberg Aegnir Block, which is one of the Leagues of Votann, literally wiped out down to the very last kin, which is this guy. And so he's so bitter, his whole life is devoted now to just hunting down the Tyranid menace and supporting other leagues to stop the same thing happening to them. And you see that played out on his model. He's got this sort of belt buckle, which very much looks like he's sort of taken some affectations from the Tyranids. He's got what looks like, we've been having quite a discussion about this, a Tyranid Prime sort of cadaver.
I think it's a
over his
Tyranid
head.
Prime that he's got over the top of his head.
Yeah.
I say
There's
it's a
nice little nod
Tyranid
in
Prime
this
as
model
well.
to,
If it's not, I'm gonna riot.
there's like the idea at some point that the squats were eaten by the Tyranids.
Yeah, absolutely. We
And
used to-
this guy kind of goes, well, yeah, they were eaten by the Tyranids, but also they clawed their way out again. So there is a little bit of truth to that sort of that outdated understanding maybe of what happened to that faction.
Fantastic. And all this obviously will be supported
that
with
art.
Codex Leagues of Votann.
Oh, that art is
Codex
fucking
of
great.
40,000.
That art is
This
amazing.
I've had quite a while to read this week.
I
It's
can see
full of
Misha. I
crazy
think
good
that
lore,
Michael
it's got great rules
Xavier
and
is
art,
the guy.
and
I can
explains
see
all of the
Misha's
new things,
artwork.
obviously. In terms of the rules, there's too much to go into in any real detail here, but a thing to cover would be those yield points, which is the sort of army-wide mechanic which underpins them.
Absolutely, yeah. So yield points effectively changes the way your army works over the course of the game, and it works in the way that the Leagues of Votann approach acquisition effectively. So early on in the game, when you haven't got very many yield points,
They
you
don't
get
have grudge
bonuses
tokens
for
anymore.
attacking enemy units on objectives for the most part across your army, and then later on, once you've acquired,
No,
yield
they're gonna
points,
make it
you get
into a
bonuses for
detachment
having
rule
your own
now.
units on objectives, so they get better at defending them, better bonuses for their own defense, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it
so
sort of encourages you to play in that very sort of acquisition-focused way that the Leagues of Votann work.
And it's a really great
Oh.
mechanic, right? Because it's exactly how you win games of Warhammer 40,000. Early on, you kick people off objectives. Later on, you hold on to the objectives. So, it's
Oh,
sort of-
so we're a
Units that you've
defensive
shown,
army
some of the
now.
units that already exist in the Votann army now have rules that key into that. For example, the Memnir Strategist just lets you increase or decrease your yield score by 1 each turn.
Yeah.
So really sort of thoughtfully put in so that this guy who's overseeing the
Oh,
total
okay,
sort of
interesting.
tactical function of your army.
They
could
don't
go
know. They no
nudge
longer have
and help
grudge
you out.
tokens, so that's gonna be a
We should
detachment.
show some of the
rule.
models.
Let's do it, yeah.
So we've got some in front of us. We're very lucky to be allowed to put our paws on the heavy metal miniatures. So there'll be a bit of sort of scale comparison here. But
Well,
here you
fuck
can
me,
see
they're
this is
small.
The Arcanist, and then you've got the Memnir. They're like normal Votann sized.
I'd never seen
on
a Votann size.
Sort of proportion as those. And here you can see just how sort of much bigger the Steeljacks are.
That's
I think your
Space
comparison
Marine
that you can make
size.
to compare them to Wraithguard is really quite fair.
Yeah, they're about
actually.
the same size as a Wraithguard. It's kind of in that ballpark of kind of medium heavy infantry. This is the new artillery piece. It's maybe not like as big as something
Wow,
like an
they're
Imperial Guard
then
tank
they're
or something like that,
bigger?
but
Huh.
compact, mobile.
I
that sort
haven't
of thing,
seen
fitting in with the
Wraithguard in a
aesthetic of
long
the rest of
time,
the
but I don't
Leagues
think
of
they're
Votann.
much
You can
bigger
sort of
than
imagine it
Primaris.
starting life as a piece of mining equipment, and they've sort of evolved it into a weapon.
You can definitely see sort of some of those origins. I just want to
Classic
draw some attention
dwarves,
to some of the
that's
super
definitely
cool
what they
bits
do.
on it. This
They
guy here, you
repurpose
can see
their
over his
fucking
shoulder,
mining
he's got, like, a
equipment.
data slate. You've got this sort of I don't know, like loading hatch that you can model open or closed. On this side, you've got a case which has more of the shells. You get spare shells to put on their own bases. It's just a really thoughtfully designed and very exciting kit. So we should show more though, because this is by no means the end of it.
Absolutely, we've got the Capricus here, so we'll just make some space on the table so we can have a look at this guy.
Small
So
transport
this is your
boy.
new vehicle. This is the Defender pattern, which is the gun version, and as you can see there,
The
there's a little bit of
DACA
space.
version.
Not quite
Say
enough
it,
space
the
for transport on
DACA
this one, but
version.
there is one which is a transport
GW.
vehicle. But I really like the Ironkin on this. Is actually
He's got like a tiny little chair.
He's quite small, yeah, because they wouldn't fit a full-sized kin in there, so they've given him a little tiny Ironkin, actually perfectly designed for the role.
Absolutely, and I guess the star of the show himself in many ways.
He is.
Agnir
So the
Burrison.
thrice devoured there. He's still kind of king
I like
size,
his lore that he
but
just
you can
fucking
have-
crawled
kind of
up
have a look on
3
this
fucking
model here
times
that
out of a
so
fucking
much of him
Tyranid
is now
gullet.
bionic, right?
As
So
a
he-
Blood Angel guy,
Chewed
my
up
man,
his fingers
respect.
that do.
Yeah, chewed up
Really
and
cool.
spat out so many times that like his arm, bits of his arms, there, most of his face, perhaps a kind of unspecified amount of his body has probably been dissolved by horrible Tyranid bioacid in their stomach and things.
I'm an
But
elf
he's still kicking.
VTuber.
and
Why
it
do
also
I
shows how
like the
durable
dwarves?
kin are, right? So they're specially designed by their Votann to be durable, to endure kind of the most hostile conditions, and he's a good example of how that's kind of manifesting.
Yeah, that's really cool, isn't it? I think we've covered the league pretty thoroughly, right?
Yeah.
Before we move on, we're going to go to
Honestly-
the old world next. A couple of sort of housekeeping bits. The first
I
one would
like
be,
everything
we're gonna
apart from
return
the
to first Thessalonians at the
transportation
end
size
the
of that
review,
little
so,
thing. It should be 6, so that
particularly
you
if
can
like
have
Skill
5 in a
Team, but also
character.
there's some other things
That's
for
it.
other factions as well.
That's my
Do
opinion.
hang around if you like Warhammer 40,000. The other thing I would say is that lots of the people who mentioned that they were joining us from around the world, you can interact with our social teams. We have sort of international social teams that manage our various sort of social media places. Here they are. If you want to sort of get involved in the conversation in the language which suits you, go knock yourself out. They're really lovely people. They're really engaged and want to, sort of make sure that you get to hear about Warhammer in the language that suits you. So,
Remember, lads, if you don't like
if you,
something, do not
speak
fucking
English
harass
or
these
you
people.
wanna take a pot shot at it,
These
these are
people,
our
the
socials as
social
well,
teams
so
and everybody like
please
that, they're not the ones
take
calling the
it.
shots and everything.
Right.
So,
time for a little bit of Warhammer the Old World.
Yeah, let's do it.
old world.
So, first up, we have
Ooh.
brand new units for the Tomb Kings of Khemri. This is a new multi-part plastic kit that makes them
Finally,
more
plastic!
The easiest way to describe these is that you have a battle standard bearer and you have a new hero / lord. You could make that and call it a Tomb Prince or a Tomb King. I think it's up to you.
I will. That's fucking great. This is fucking great. Finally.
Battle standard, stick it on the horse guy. If you fancy him like standing around in one of your big regiments of skeleton warriors,
Tomb Kings
then
really needed new boys of these.
Head things as well. Battle standard
Fucking
bearers are
finally,
Warhammer
damn.
armies, if you play the old
I
world,
don't even play them,
Yeah,
but
I love
damn,
the
they
standard,
needed
that
it.
kind of weird scorpion. Both the paint scheme and the model itself are very cool. As you say,
Like, I'm
this is
debating whether I
multi-part
should
as well,
do
so you can
fucking
swap and change if you
Britannia
want the
or
faster one, if you've
Empire
got
of
lots
Man.
chariots or something in your army.
Yeah.
You can mix them in. I would imagine there's a fair
This
bit of
Kislev is not
customizability
gonna be
between
there,
this kit
sadly.
and some of the other Tomb Kingy bits as well.
Yes, yeah,
So-
not just within this kit itself, but also I think things like the Tomb Guard, for example. So this isn't the only new plastic kit coming for the Tomb Kings of Khemri. We also have the Leech Priests, who are fundamental to the workings, literally, of the Tomb Kings.
Yeah, you absolutely need Lich Priests in your army if you've got a
You
Tomb
need
King's
them or
army.
else
Your
you're
army only
crumbling.
woke up because you had Lich Priests. It's their job to kind of keep the magic flowing that keeps your army marching forward. Again, this is a multi-part kit. There's some lovely options on these. You can see they're perhaps a little bit less dead than some of the other Khemri,
Yeah,
but they're still
they've got
very
some desiccated skin hanging
definitely
on.
desiccated. Definitely spent far too long in the desert.
Oh, they have their organs and skin.
I love the vulture
And
on
muscles.
the top of the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for bringing that back. It's a really lovely image of these sort of animated creatures that have sort of come alive through the magic of the rituals.
I think you were saying as well that looks like it's right out of a piece of Warhammer art.
Yeah,
really
the
needed
mounted guy in
this shit.
particular, I think they're both exquisite. But the mounted guy, from sort of the perfect angle, he just looks like the artwork, and I mean that as the highest possible compliment. Tomb King veterans might be wondering if that's extra armor on the skeletal steed. It certainly is. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But yes, you can have a barded skeletal steed, which I think might be quite useful if you're used to terrible armor saves in your Tomb King.
Yeah, but that's what could it be?
I guess we can talk about that now.
5 up instead of a 6 up now.
Also coming out is a new arcane journal, The War of Cetra's Fury. Cetra, the imperishable, is very, very angry. His lands have been defiled. He feels like he owns everything, and he is launching a full-scale invasion northward into the sort of border region between the Empire and Britannia.
As he should, his
known as the
Cetra.
Vaults.
His motherfucking
Also
Cetra. He owns everything.
by, some dwarfs, and you've got sort of dispossessed barons and nobles from both the Empire and Britannia, and so they are forced to rally in defence of a full-scale invasion of the undead from Khemri. There are rules for sort of allied forces, playing smaller
Cetra is a
games,
cunt, but however,
in like
he's
a
not
tiny
Nagash, so we like him.
fashion. It's just packed, and it's a really cool way of looking at the lore of the old world and how they're sort of explaining the things that took place in this particular part of the Warhammer timeline.
Yeah, it's great to get some new lore for the old world as well. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
The team diving into the opportunities that the world allows them to have.
And see what I mean about the artwork, right? Sort of the guy in the centre, like it just in this piece. It
Where's
really
Archon
screams
though?
the
Where's
ingredients of
Archon?
the Warhammer.
God damn it!
There's another arcane journal coming, which is equally exciting. Just happens at the other side, quite literally, of the region in the old world known as the old world. This is Dawn of the Storm Dragon, and it features a bold strategic move made by Miao Ying, who's the lady pictured in the centre. She's one of the children of the Dragon Emperor. And she learns of the Chaos Invasion.
Is her model going to be finally available to buy?
And is concerned that it's going to gain too much traction, so loads ships full of Grand Cathayan soldiers and sails to the Empire, sets up an enclave, and helps to try and stymie this Chaos Invasion. In real terms, that's A, cool story, and B, there's rules in there for all sorts of things, including the opportunity to have an allied force of Grand Cathay and the Empire of Man.
That's exciting. That's exciting. We've
really
never had
cool,
anything like that before, really, have we? So
yeah, so and I think this is sort of
looks like I'm making an
great
Empire Man
example of the
army
really
then.
bold and exciting things that the studio team responsible for the old world are doing. They clearly love the setting. They want to explore it in really rich and vibrant detail.
They should.
Absolutely. So we should throw over to Question Corner and see if Simon's got any questions for us.
What have you got for us, Simon?
Loads and loads of questions. I think the majority of them are focusing on the Leagues of Votann. There's loads of shiny new toys coming out there, of course. So the first one is actually about the judgment tokens. Are they still a thing?
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the yield rules, but what about judgment tokens?
So the focus in terms of the army mechanic is those yield points that we've talked about before. It's always good when we get a question which is like, can you tell me the really granular rules things? Because the answer is no. We've got 90 minutes to rail through as much stuff as we can, as fast as we can. We'll cover way more detail about Votann rules and mechanics and all those things as we lead towards it. But you're in for some subtle changes in the way the Leagues of Votann work, and it's quite exciting.
Cool.
Subtle.
Another one which were
That's
the
not
funky
subtle
drill
changes.
shell tokens on the Chthonian Earthshaker. What do they represent?
So I do have a really short and candid answer for that. You saw them on the little base beside. The kit comes designed for you to have 2 of those. Mine, if I remember correctly, and don't like sue me internet if I get it wrong, you
I
put
will,
them down
I'm a lawyer.
alongside the Earthshaker when you deploy, and you can remove one from the game to give yourself rerolls on wound rolls as you're playing. So yeah, kind of fun. It's like it represents something, and you take it off and you spend it.
Yeah, so the unit is sort of set up so that they have some specialist shells, so that'd be like representing the unit being like, right, we're going to use one of the big ones now. This is the important shot.
Perfect.
And probably got time for one more, so let's go with how many models can the Capricus carrier transport?
Great question.
It carries 5, so it works a little bit like some of the other Leagues of Votan transports, where you take a unit of, usually come in 10s, you split the unit in half, so 5 of them can go in that. If you've got 2 of the transports, you can carry both the units round in those, or you can leave 5 of them
Should
back
be
on your
6.
space.
I'm standing on that ground. Should be 6.
Grand, that's good.
Nice one. Thank you. So we'll draw a curtain on the old world, but we will go to the mortal realms instead. There's some exciting
AOS
things,
time,
to talk about
boys.
here.
Bring in the
And let's
fucking
start
salt.
with a new battle tome for Death, the Death Grand Alliance. These are the Flesh Eater Courts.
Oh,
Many of you will be
finally
familiar
you're
with them.
doing them,
These are the like foul and abominable cannibal monstrosities who unfortunately have delusions, quite literally, of being noble.
Just call them schizos. They're
elegant and
schizo
chivalric,
fucking half schizo vampires who are not
sort of
technically
combat.
fully
Yeah, they
dead.
absolutely imagine that they are in service to some grand king on perhaps a grand crusade of some sort, or part of a pageant, or a noble feast of some sort. But
Yes,
are, in
they're
fact, horrible,
Bretonia.
degenerate cannibals, as you say. The new battle tome has all the stuff that you would expect. Lots of new ways to use your army, new magic abilities, new enhancements, changes to some of the way the war scrolls work. So lots of exciting stuff. And perhaps most excitingly, there is a new miniature on the way to accompany them, which is the High Falconer Feldman. So much like the rest
Holy
of the
crap.
Flesh Courts, this guy is under an illusion.
Uncle
His
Festus
particular
from
delusion is that he
Boondocks.
is, a
Holy
falconer
shit,
in charge
Festus,
of,
welcome.
noble and wise
No, not Festus.
avian creatures, where in fact he is
Rufus,
in charge of a
Rufus, yeah,
swarm of
Uncle
rabid
Rufus is
bats,
here, boys.
in the model is very capable. He's got his kind of weird, crazy hat. He's got
You can see
kind of
the almost like the vestiges of that nobility that you were just referring to, right? He's got like a very sort of like huntsman-y style hat on,
Yep.
and the tattered robes of a person that might be performing that duty. But he's also got guts hanging off.
It's
the
a
trees
very
quite
fun.
well.
It's a very fun miniature. I think in the spinning shot, maybe you can just picture it. But there's a bat that comes with him, which is basically a token that represents something in the game, where he sends one of his falcons off to spy an enemy unit, and that can give you bonuses in games, basically. So these are the kind of spies, the eyes and ears of the Flesh Eater Courts. And if you direct it to an enemy unit, it can give your squires, your kind of ghouls, bonuses against that enemy unit. You can do things like take away their ward save and get better at killing them, basically. So a very useful unit to have in your game, and a very characterful model for your army.
Nice. There's also accompanying this release for the Flesh Eater Courts, the Charnel Watch. This is a new spearhead, so you can use it straight in games. as
I don't know.
spearhead,
I don't play
or
AOS, so I
you can
don't
use
know.
this to bulk out, or maybe you can use this to bulk out.
Are they
your,
bringing wizards
your
to
Flesh Eater Courts
Stormcasts
army.
again?
This is a fast-moving, hard-hitting.
Because that's the only reason why I'm not
collecting.
collecting. I'm not trying to collect AOS now.
It's got models that you'll be very familiar with, and the way that they synergize
Synchros
within this
that
game
chamber. All gone
with
because
Spearhead
of
is
that.
really fun. Expect sort of lightning assaults, and then
My
using
Lord
monstrous-
Arcanum
monstrous
is gone.
sized infantry to sweep the enemy away.
I am
Also a
sad.
great start to a larger Age of Sigmar
absolutely.
army for Flesh Eater Courts. It combos really nicely with the existing Flesh Eater Courts spearhead. So if
Yeah.
you've got that already, you can add this in, and you've basically got most of an army. Yeah, some really good stuff. A couple of the cannibal
Yeah,
monkeys
most
in
of
there
an
as well.
army because
It's what everyone's doing, right?
AOS points are
There's another
way different
battle tome for
than.
the sort of Death faction, which is the Nighthaunt. Here we have Death Battle Tome.
Oh,
Nighthaunt.
finally, Nighthaunt.
They're a very popular, iconic faction.
AOS
within,
points are
the
far.
Mortal Realms. They sort of had their place within the second edition.
I don't.
of Warhammer
I don't know how to
Sigmar,
explain
and
it.
they
The
really
casual
cemented,
game is still
their
2K
spot as
points. However,
sort
the
of
model
beloved.
count is
This
vastly
book
different
is,
for
like,
2K.
rampacked with the
in
lore,
AOS than
that
in,
explains them all, as well as all of the
than in,
war scrolls and information that you would need.
40K.
I was
That's
talking
all
to
I'm
an
gonna
avid
say.
Nighthaunt player
Like,
about this.
every- units
who
are
was
far more
super
expensive.
excited because he's sort of in the know enough to know, for example, that their ward saves are improving. across the board, and so he's very excited to try those in game.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some significant
whoa.
defensive buffs
Finally.
for the Nighthawk, certainly. In
Finally.
this battle tome. Generally
Even
speaking,
I know
you're finding
that.
the units have a bit more
Even
health.
I know that
The way that their,
Nighthawk's ward saves are
immunity
shit.
to rend works has changed a little bit. So generally their normal saves are a little bit worse, but you can now bolster them with things like all-out defense. And their ward saves are across the board a 5 up or better, which is pretty solid.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
But let's get on
because
to
that
the
before it was
model,
6 up.
which is brand
Whoa.
new coming out with this release, which is the Lord Vitriolic. This is a very disturbing creature. In life, it
Whoa,
was
you
something
disturbing
like
right? Holy
a
shit!
poisoner or a maker
Snake
of
oil
like
merchant
yeah,
of some
fake
sorts,
potions and curatives who deceive
Nighthawns
people and
finally have their
sort of,
crackhead.
let them down or led them to ruin. And Nagash is able to claim his soul because of his sort of malpractice, his evil deeds, and has reformed him into this horrific Lord Vitriolic with like backward jointed arms on top of his spine. He's horrible, but
Yeah,
really
Nagash
fun
did
in
it for
the game.
shits and giggles.
Yeah, so he's got some very fun.
We
rules.
all know
So
it's
basically you can
Nagash.
see his rack
He's
of
doing it for
potions
shits
on
and
his back
giggles. He
there.
finds it funny.
And the way that manifests in games is you can create specialist potions and throw them at enemy units. And you've got 2 options on how you do that. You can either just chuck a bunch of random potions at the enemy and roll some random things to see what happens to them, or you can concoct a very specific potion to do a specific job. And the effects
Wow.
of those can range from
Skaven.
things like doing harm to the enemy
Skaven-like.
unit, taking away some of their advantages, all the way through to things like stripping ward saves from enemy units.
Yeah,
So,
that one looks.
it's a
particularly appealing.
really good little problem-solving unit, so you can go,
Stripping
right, what
ward
enemy am I
saves,
facing?
wow.
What I'd really like against this is this
That's
specific
massive.
bonus or this specific debuff to the enemy unit, or just to do some damage. So I think we're going to see a lot of this guy in Nighthawk armies.
Absolutely. And as with the Flesh Eater Courts, there is a new spearhead for the Nighthaunt. This is the Cursed Shackle Horde. It's
I don't
just
know how good
all the
this is
ghosts
or
all
not.
the time, right? An absolutely brilliant box loaded with everything you'd want to either kickstart an army, reinforce an army, or play games of Spearhead.
Yeah, it's very cool, and obviously a great place to start a new Nighthawk army.
Yeah, absolutely. Those things were cool.
They're cool.
But there's a lot of people here who have been holding onto their hats really patiently, hoping that we maybe, show them something they've never ever seen before.
That would certainly be cool.
Well, why don't we start with this?
What is it then? No fucking way. Chaos Dwarves are fucking back! Finally! My fellow war criminals are back! The edging
What
is
an
over!
Incredible reveal, Eddie. I know you're super excited.
I am very excited. This might be my new Age of Sigmar army. These are the Hellsmiths of Hashut. These are effectively the reincarnation of the Chaos Dwarf concept for Warhammer Age of Sigmar. An
Hashut
entirely
came back.
redesigned and brand new army coming out
6
first
Chaos
in an
God,
army set,
confirmed. Horn
arriving
Rat,
alongside its new battle
meet
tome.
your maker.
The army set also serves as the spearhead force for the Hellsmiths of Hashut. These models are phenomenally cool. The rules are great. The lore is great. I love absolutely everything about them. Let's dive into the miniatures.
I think the first thing I want to say is
Holy
let's talk
fuckballs.
about like why they are these. When the time of chaos happened in the mortal realms, the Duardin, they retreated. They survived in their holds, or they took to the skies, or whatever. But
not these guys.
But not
these
so
guys.
the Zardron, the Chaos Duardin, who would become known as the Hellsmiths of Hashut. They instead turned to Hashut, an ancient and terrible Duardin deity, who taught them the ways of hellsmithing.
Yeah.
So, and their whole culture is based around Hashut, the Bullfather, and we're going to see that sort of writ large across all of these models. Let's dive into the first thing that appears in this new army set.
Where
These
are
are
the fucking
infernal
the
cohorts with
centaurs?
Hashutite spears. Say that fast if you can. They are the core unit for the Hellsmiths of Hashut. They are an elite combat unit straight off the bat. These are very dangerous to Arden indeed.
Yeah, Chaos
and the
Dwarves
first thing to
were
observe is
always
those
elite.
Hashutite spears. Each of them's got like a glowing orb in it. That contains imprisoned, ground down, reconstituted demon essence, because that's how they roll.
So the demon legions that invaded the various Duardin holds during the Age of Chaos, some of them took over the holds, but where the Hellsmiths of Hashut dwelled, they instead trapped those demon legions and decided to weaponize them into a fuel to power their war machines. Their
They
weapons,
fucking
and their
grab demons
technology.
like
So that
Pokemon.
green
Holy
glow, as you
fuck,
say,
that's
is
metal.
ground up demon juice that is powering the weapons of the Hellsmiths.
Yeah, it's so cool. Things to talk about within this unit. Obviously, you've got like a unit champion. You see, you've got a musician, which is like this weird combination of the bare-chested Duardin and a Hobgrot carrying a massive gong on its back, and obviously a standard bearer. It's a twofer kit. That's like internalism for this kit makes 2 different types of unit. And so here you have them with Hasher-type blades, basically shorter ways of killing people. They have different profiles.
Shorter ways. I see
both-
what you
both very
did,
useful.
boy.
The spears generally are your slightly more defensive thing, so you get bonuses against the enemy that's charging you, against cavalry. The swords are the slightly more offensive option, where you get bonuses for fighting into enemy infantry and taking the fight to the enemy. But both effectively heavily armoured elite infantry.
Yeah, absolutely so. And you can paint them in different colours. The studio team's done a lovely job. The banner in the middle just is a really interesting nod to sort of the Zardron culture, which is, that's a ziggurat in the middle of that banner, right, with the Bullfather's rune above.
Yeah, dude.
They live in ziggurat cities, and each one is ruled
How
by
dare they have a
despot.
dwarf without a beard?
By magic, here is the war despot.
I thought you planned the whole thing.
This is my favourite model within
That
this.
is very
It's a great
Assyrian
hat.
coded.
It might be
It's a
my
great hat.
I
my
love
favourite
it.
of the Hellsmiths.
Holy shit, how many demons
it's
he
just so
fucking
good.
put? That's a lot of
Huge hat, great big
Pokeballs.
spikes. He's carrying an enormous warglaive, which is glowing. You see the runes at the top glowing with this sort of eldritch power. The war despots, they have to rule through a mixture of sort of violence and also through just ensuring that everybody around them knows that they are the nastiest, toughest of all of the
Wait a
Hellsmiths.
minute.
So they are dominant
Chaos
figures.
Wars usually
like
were
any
the
Duardin,
dwarves
they
that cast
couldn't
magic.
demand the loyalty of their followers unless they were able
Can
to
they cast magic?
lead from the front, basically. So they're not cowardly, but they
Do
certainly
they still turn to stone?
are diabolical schemers, sort of thing. So they will lead their
Yeah,
armies
absolutely.
into battle proudly, but certainly not go for a fair
And
fight.
their whole reason for being as an entire culture is it's just like weaponized greed. They plunder and take from the land, and they give nothing back. If they don't want it, they destroy it. They are like cruel in the extreme because that's how they survive.
Wait, Hashut is
in a time of chaos.
before it was a
Yeah,
chaos
they don't see
god.
themselves as corrupted through that. That's an
No.
interesting
There's
kind of sub.
no physical side effects at all to what they've gone through.
An interesting sub
Are
point.
they
They see
chaos or
themselves as almost
order?
the paragons of purest order, right?
Yeah.
So they've taken the assault of chaos and they've ground it down and created like order from chaos. But in the
They're
mortal
an
realms, they
order
effectively are
faction?
paving over the natural order and putting up the monuments.
Gotta
to
be
the gods
fucking
and the great
kidding me.
ziggurats that power their industry.
Yeah, but also within this spearhead is just this incredible centerpiece model, the Dominator engine. It's another kit that makes 2 things. So here you can see the immolation cannons. This is a enormous metal creation which is animated and powered by this demon energy roiling inside
God
it. Have a look
fucking
at the sort
damn.
of brazier in its belly. You can see the demonic eyes peering out as like the demonic souls within a torch.
I love the
and
flames on
giving
these
That's
things.
power.
That kind of,
Skaven
like, green
souls
into
right
purple
there.
Fire is
Yeah.
such a beautiful sort of aesthetic. This is both an incredibly cool miniature, which I think I'm looking forward.
my
to
headcanon is
do
they
with it,
shot the
because heavy
Skaven
metal one
demon
is
lord
wonderful,
in
but I
there.
think once this goes out into the wild and you've got
You're gonna see
you know,
incredible interpretation,
Yeah, 1,000
right?
painters painted this. It's going to be amazing. I can imagine this in beautiful non-metallics. In game, this thing is an absolute juggernaut, right? So it has
Yeah, I'm
a
a
2-up
fan of
save,
metallics,
armor
not
save, which in Age of Sigmar
non-metallics.
is almost unheard of. It has loads of wounds. It hits really hard. The combat version can mulch entire units. The shooting version is what you want if you want to wade into the middle of an enemy army and just set the whole thing on fire.
You probably would
Like
want.
a lot of the stuff in the Hellsmiths army, their kind of army mechanic allows you to harness a demon power on specific units, so you can bolster the power of it. And on these, it's particularly devastating.
Fantastic. And we're still not done. Also within the spearhead, you'll find this. This is the Tormentor Bombard. The Chaos Dwarfs of old, if you cast
They
them when back if
fired
you're old
demons
enough,
as
me,
ammo.
to the world that was. The Chaos Dwarfs were renowned for
They're literally the
devastating artillery,
meme.
particularly that
The
lobbed things
fucking
far across
guys
the battlefield.
saw the
And that
meme and they
concept has
took
been
it.
reimagined for the Mortal Realms with this just beautiful Tormentor Bombard. Raw demonic power hurled high into the air to come crashing down upon the enemy. It's deadly in the game.
Get in the
This is
cannon.
the war machine you use if you're being advanced on by multiple enemy units. So you can fire at a single enemy unit, and the units nearby also take damage. That's how devastating this is. Very long range. I think it shoots 30 inches, which again is very good in Age of Sigmar. I think the Hellsmiths of Hashut, between this and some of their other units, have claimed to being one of the most devastating shooting armies in the Mortal Realms.
Well, let's talk a bit more about that, because I think we have the Death Shrieker rocket battery. Brilliant for just like blowing up
Damn.
the enemy's big impressive
Still
thing,
no
right?
gun
so this is a
infantry,
monster
which
killer,
is
right? So where your other
sad.
war machine is the thing to take out blocks of enemy infantry and kind of massed formations. This is your. They have one big monster that I want to be dead. You can fire this at them, and this with a fair, with decent rolls, will take out a monster in a single volley.
You're
which is
firing
pretty good.
essentially
No, if you
a
roll
demon
well.
energy imbued bolt the size
If
of
you
two
roll
Dwarven,
well, that's the
sort of
kicker.
head to toe. Yeah, it's grim. This launch set also includes a battle tome. It also includes all of the war scroll cards that you would
Is there
want
more
to,
shit coming for
have with
them?
your collection.
That's
It's the perfect.
It's not enough for
jumping
an
on point
army,
For
dude.
an all-new Hellsmiths of Hashut army.
But that's not it.
But that's not it.
There's more.
Why don't we show you some more?
Oh, thank fuck there's more. What the fuck, a mechanical bull dragon? Yes! Bull centaurs! They're back!
If the launch box wasn't awesome enough, they will be followed shortly thereafter with all of those incredible models that you just saw, rounding
So
out.
they have
the
a
course into
spellcaster,
really
finally.
substantial and impressive.
That,
Warhammer
actually,
Age
no,
of
not
Sigmar.
finally. They
Yeah,
do.
immediately
So
out of the
good.
gate, you have almost a full army offer, basically, of stuff. And
Bull
we start off
Centaurs,
with one of
baby.
the classic units of Warhammer returning. Bull Centaurs have been part of Warhammer for, I think, almost 35 years, something like that.
I remember being charged by these
yes.
when I was like 13 or
In
14.
the classic red with green bases back it was in the day. But this is a heavy cavalry unit. They are basically the experts at riding down enemy forces and crushing them under their hooves. They hit very hard. They're well armored. These are the sort of manifestation of the power of Hashut in kind of form. The Duardin here have kind of warped to be more alike to their ancient ancestor god.
Yeah, absolutely. You said a thing to me earlier that I thought was really striking, which is Hashut's whole thing is like trampling the mortal realms underfoot.
Yeah.
Right? He's the Dwarven gods sort of inherited a different realm, and he
so-
gets stuck with the realm.
So there's loads of really great lore in the new Battle Tome, and one of the things that comes out is the idea that there were the ancestor gods of the Duardin, and Hashut was almost like one of them, right? He was like one of the pantheon, and he was given the realm of beasts, and he sort of felt that was almost like an insult, right? Like, I don't want the realm of beasts. So rather than trying to kind of be harmonious with it, he decided to just trample it flat. So all of his incarnation of beast power is in the form of trampling, in the form of kind of harnessing and
It's not even
subjugating nature.
order or chaos,
let's
it's
look at
this destruction?
Another sort of variation that this kit enables you to make, which are the Anointed Sentinels. These are the most devoted towards Hashut of the Hellsmiths. They guard his holy places, whatever a holy place for the Bull Father Hashut might look like. So they're much more defensive than the other Bull Centaurs, although by no means a passive unit.
How the
They're
fuck
just
are they
really
more
great at
defensive? They
counterpunching.
don't have
When
armor.
you consider how much of the force might be standing back and raining death on the enemy, very useful in their own right. You also get like a little interesting nod to that Hashutite culture. Sort of breathed into it through these.
Yeah, I love those miniatures. They might be my favourite in the range, this particular sculpt.
They key into that sort of classic imagery that we're used to from before, as does the next unit. He says seamlessly segueing in. We'll see. So here's some variations, but we have the Infernal Razors now.
Well, finally, they have
these
guns, so
got
they have
blunderbusses.
cannons instead.
And if you are long enough in the beard, you might remember Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses from yesteryear.
The absolute
Like
terror of
yeah.
Warhammer Fantasy 6th edition, I think.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, they
diabolical.
fucking annihilate
and these
shit.
are
I remember
very
that when I was a
dangerous,
kid.
Shooting unit in their own right. Again, they're harnessing that sort of demonic power.
They
to
really were
operate their
terrorizing my
weapons.
ILs.
Gunpowder necessary here.
I thankfully didn't suffer them much because I joined in when, near the end of
which I mean, they hurl flames. There's not much more explanation particularly required.
Yeah, two really powerful units. The blunderbusses, not much to choose between them really. They both do a
Near
great
the
job.
end of
The
6,
blunderbusses have got a little bit more
start of
range
7.
on them. The
And a full
flame
army
hurlers
because a
can
friend
fire
lent me
while
their
you're in
high elf
combat, which is
army.
really handy. So even if the enemy manages to reach you, you can still sort of set them on fire. But the thing that really makes them is that through the army rune mechanic, you
that?
can
Flamethrowers.
power up the demonic energy inside
Hans!
the guns, which basically
Welcome
increases the
back,
rend on the
Hans,
guns.
the
You can get
dwarf.
these things
You
up
have
to
the
rend 3,
Flammenwaffe.
doing multiple damage, which is absolutely horrific. So if the enemy is like charging your big unit of infernal razors, and you get like a decent round of shooting against it, you can wipe out things like heavy cavalry and whole units of armored infantry and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they are very, very good.
Yeah. Now everything we've shown you really is quite elite and high value.
Get ready for the other end of the
Yeah,
spectrum.
exactly.
Yeah.
But what if you want some chaff to hurl under the wheels of the enemy?
Yeah, boy, the slaves.
There is a genial relationship between the Hellsmiths of Hashut and the Hobgrots, who sort of bolster their ranks. Hobgrots are also really into doing awful things and desecrating the world, and so they exist as almost like a vassal state within the Zardron culture. In
Vassals.
exchange for better weapons than they could like forage for themselves, they get to join the army and whack stuff. They fill a really interesting
Totally
niche. They are faster
on
than
their
the
with
Hellsmiths
their
and they
own
can
will.
scout, right?
They
Yeah,
absolutely can.
totally.
So the way these guys are going to fit into your
That's
army,
not how
most
the
of your
Chaos
force
Wars
is going to be
work.
very good at shooting, but relatively slow. So you're going to be moving on to the objectives late game, but these can scout, as you say, so you can kind of push them forward early in the game, grab those objectives, just get under the feet of enemy units. They will absolutely be used for things like trying to take a charge from something so you can set all your other units up for an amazing round of shooting, or to charge them with bull centaurs or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you will absolutely want some of these in your force. We've obviously seen Hobgrots before in the kind of Cruel Boys force, but these are armoured and equipped by the Hellsmiths themselves, so they've got slightly better armour maybe than the ones that don't
none of
have
that
them.
sort of eldritch power in the weapons, though. Not for these guys.
Oh no, they don't get to play with any of the cool demon stuff.
So let's look
Of
at some of
course,
the
if they
extra
give
sort of
that
heroes
cool
that
demon
join,
stuff,
the
they're gonna
faction.
fucking rebel.
This is the Demon Smith. They are the ones who do the hellsmithing, I suppose it's fair to say. You can see in this model there's some real sort of hints as to who he is. Obviously a wizard. He's got that demonic power sort of coming out of his hand. He's got his tome, looks like it's sort of etched in, I don't know what
Like
stone that is.
Obsidian Jade.
Yeah,
or something like that,
exactly.
isn't it? Yeah.
With like vile runes. I think his lectern is animated. In a nutshell, they
How
are.
good is that paint scheme though?
It's
Whoever painted that in the heavy metal team, well done.
Yeah,
well
the
done.
heavy metal
It's
team
stunning.
really did good.
They
Holy
fill a
shit,
particular
that's a
function
lot
because
of
they're
good
the ones
stuff.
that enable all of the sort of the hellsmithing.
Yeah, they allow the kind of
That's
army
a
to
lot of
work.
good painting.
In game terms, they do a
The
particularly
sculpts are
useful thing,
amazing.
as well as being a wizard. Which
I'm
is
so
obviously
glad
great.
these guys
They
were
can
back.
heal
But
your
where's now?
war
They
machine.
have no
So if you've
excuse.
got
They
any
have
of
to
those
bring the
big
shadow
infernal
dwarves. I
engines, or
need
you've got
mana
any of
give
your cannons
back.
that have been damaged, they can kind of go over and put the power.
I
back
need
into
that
them.
edgelord to be back.
This kit
Just
has
so that
another
he can
option
pimp
in
slap
it.
his mom.
It also makes an Ashen Elder. We showed you the anointed centaurs, who are the ones who guard the holy sites. This is the person doing the rituals inside the holy sites. And you can see that petrification has started to happen to his skin.
Yes!
The older a hellsmith gets, the more they start to become like stone. Their skin cracks. If they're very
Yes,
powerful,
they still have that
if the right
shit.
magics,
Good.
available to
Hold it
them,
at
they
bay
can-
a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe.
But doom is upon them. There's a couple of really interesting things. I like his staff. I'm just going to eulogise about how beautiful it is that the smoke makes it look like a beard. But you had a fascinating fact about the hammer.
Yeah, so there's lots of things that are really fun about this miniature, but if we go for hammer particularly, there's not a lot of hammers in the Hellsmiths of the Hashut, and one of the reasons is that hammers are actually seen as a slightly profane symbol to the Hellsmiths because they remind them of the other dwarven ancestor gods, which really like hammers. But this particular hammer is blessed in the blood of other Duardin priests. So he would have found a runesmith or something, or one of the Caradron priests or something, and then slain them in a sacrifice and blessed the hammer in that blood. So that's why he's the one with the hammer when no other
So
Hellsmiths
if
seem
you're
to
a
have them.
Fire Slayer player or a Caradron Overlord
they hate
player,
this guy.
like,
Yeah.
pick on this guy the most, right?
The Caradrons and the Fire Slayers really do not get on with the Hellsmiths. Like there is a lot. They've got beef, basically.
Yeah,
with
absolutely
the-
so.
They should.
There's also another character we should talk about. This is Ulakar. He's the first demon smith. Back in that ancient time,
Hot
when
damn,
the
he didn't-
Hellsmiths needed to
He's old.
learn to survive, he learned the secrets of this demon smithing from Hashut. He is truly ancient and abominably powerful. You can see how that manifests his the petrification on the back. Like deep trenches of like rock starting to form out of his flesh, horns erupting from his skull. He's mounted on an enormous infernal, my brain's just gone blank, infernal Taurus. Just centerpiece written all over him. Incredible spot within the lore. Wonderful.
Yeah, very, very cool miniature. It's a 2-for-1 kit as well, which is really cool. It also makes your Demon Smith on Infernal Taurus. There's a bunch of options on this kit as well, which is amazing. So I can't wait to see
Demon
what painters
Smiths
do
are
with this
like
kit,
the
particularly because
gem.
it
I
is
mean, they are.
just asking for a beautiful color scheme. You can imagine this in like beautiful non-metallics or metallics or glowing runes or
the glowing-
kind of petrified rock or something else. But again, that kind of manifestation of Hashut as never deciding to use the natural materials, right? It's always going to be industrial in some way, or made out of iron or metal or stone or something like that.
And the only wood on the base is like burned
to
ruined.
cinder.
it's
Yeah,
so
you
good.
can imagine him walking through a forest of just like that.
Yeah, should we take a look at some of the
Alaria
models
won't
in
like
the
that,
flesh?
but
We've
I
got them here in
approve.
the room with us, and
Yeah.
we can give you
I've
some
got
sort of a
ourselves a
sense of
little
it.
lineup.
Yeah, look
from-
at this.
yeah, look at that.
It's looking good. So here is my personal favourite. You have the War Despot. You can see he's a very chunky looking dwarf, and if I stick this infernal razor next to him, you get a sense of, sorry, I'm just making
They
it
are
right hard with the
dwarves.
camera there, perfect. You can see like bigger in stature, more powerful. Moving along, you have the Demon Smith and the Ashen Elder. Teeny tiny little hobgrot on the end of the line. Really quite sort of
Right,
scrawny.
we can punt
perfect,
that.
you know,
Punt
burn
him.
to a will
Punt him
and
now.
see
The
their
same,
work.
just for kind of scale purposes, that's the same size, more or less, as the Hobgrots that currently exist in the Cruel Boys range, so you get an idea
absolutely.
of the size. Much larger. We have the bull centaur there, so you can see that the power of Hashut sort of coursing through that guy. This is a fairly large cavalry miniature there. It's like on a scale with some of the kind of, I guess, like Agrodon sort of size, that kind of...
Yeah, he's big to say the least. But
I
not
don't
as
know
big
what the
as,
fuck is an
terrible segue. Here we go. Just
Even beefier. you
Yeah,
could say.
absolutely.
Yeah.
so
Big boy.
Yeah, this is such a cool model.
Big boy.
I think you can have a few of these in your army as well. There's a few different options for kind of heads and things. So I certainly expect to see a few of these making their way into the army.
let's bring in at least one of the artillery.
Yeah,
pieces
let's get one of
if we
those
can,
in.
and then
Right,
we'll
so-
get to the main event. So if I
shall we do them?
squeeze some of these guys
We're running out
out
of
the way,
space. There's too much stuff in this release. It doesn't all fit on the table.
I don't think anybody will be complaining.
I just have to make sure the purity seals
There
look
we
like
go. So you
purity
can see the
seals.
two war machines.
Again, these have got like really lovely little dioramas on the back. So you've got multiple characters sort of with different roles across the artillery piece, like
Yeah, absolutely.
funneling the demonic power into the engine or stoking the furnace and that sort of thing. A little bit like the Leagues of Votan artillery. we
Well,
saw
they're
before.
fucking
These are
big,
just,
that's
like,
for sure.
Wonderful little pieces in their own
Yeah,
right.
yeah. But let's bring in Uraktar, shall we?
Yeah, he's the big guy. Here he is.
Round this all out.
Not bad for Horus Heresy,
So, I
I'm
mean,
not
this
gonna
is,
lie.
yeah,
Not
it's
Horus
a
Heresy.
fairly big
Powers above even the
The
Dominator.
Age of
engine.
Sigmar. Not bad, actually. Fucking great that the Chaos Dwarves are back.
Just exceptional. There'll be loads more pictures of this on warhammercommunity.com, and you can see it all in more detail. There's probably some bits and pieces of information that we left out. We
Of course
need
you did.
to move on.
Yeah, we did get
Right.
That's
Before I
very
do-
cool. Very
Before
cool.
I do, one more thing. I'm aware that lots of people in the chat might be keen to know about Warcry and whether or not Warcry is relevant here. The Warhammer Studio team are going to publish rules for using Hellsmiths of Hashut for Warcry when they release.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes peeled on the Warhammer Community website. There'll be a free download that lets you try
You
out
have
some of the
two in
Hellsmith,
one.
models in Warcry in your games.
Yeah, so not only will there be a full new army for Warhammer Age of Sigmar, they will also feature as an entire new faction in Warcry as well.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
also,
Yes, it would be nice if we segued seamlessly into the Warhammer Underworlds. So welcome to Spikewood. This is an expansion for Warhammer Underworlds.
Ha!
It's,
Kurnos!
the scene is essentially
Kurnos,
in the
boys!
Spikewood,
Oh,
you
that's
have
a good
Hellsmith
sign
of
for
Hashut,
Sylvaneth. That
warband
means they're gonna get
fighting against the Kurnothi.
that means
So
Kurnos is
really
coming
it's
back. I
industry
love
versus
what
nature.
that.
yeah, there's a strong rivalry in the Mortal Realms between the Hellsmiths, who are all about, like, as we say, trampling nature underfoot, and the Sylvaneth, who are all about protecting nature, and the Kurnothi are a particularly kind of warlike aspect of that, following the kind of absent hunter god Kurnoth. So they will defend the wild places of the Mortal Realms.
Yeah, so
Oh,
here you can
I'm
see the two
getting a
warbands.
feeling
This is an
Kurnoth will
expansion, as we
return.
say, for Emberguard.
Probably not this
and you
edition,
have,
but he's
the,
coming.
The
He's
Hellsmiths
probably gonna
as the
come
Kurnothi.
back before
the Blood of the Bull
Malekith.
is the Hellsmiths unit. Bottom left-hand corner, you have a war despot.
I will never let GW
Army
off the
advancing into
hook.
the
I
spine.
want my fucking edge boy back.
She's regrouped with her sort of remaining warriors, her inner circle.
Morathi is being a
she's
brat,
waiting reinforcements
and
before she
the
can
guy
raise
knows how
the
to
base of the
tame her.
ground, so she finds herself contesting
Even though
obviously
it's his
against
mom.
the other warband.
Yeah. And you've got some
Those
great
who know the
archetypes
lore
in
know
mix
the
there as well.
lore,
I
by the
particularly
way.
like the Hobgrot.
He deserves a call out, doesn't he?
He does, because if you've been playing Warhammer for a very long time, you may remember hobgoblins from Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and there was a unit called Throat Cutters, I think it was, or
so.
Throat Slitters. He is basically a homage to those.
It's
as
really
well, which
lovely.
is really lovely to see.
Yeah,
It
they've
is,
got,
actually.
Their rules reflect that sort of plunder, take what you want, decimate the landscape just for the joy of it sort of mentality. The other warband in this set,
I don't think it's for the joy.
Well, there we go. The Kernos Herald. There's 3 of them in the
Holy
kit.
crap.
They make these Kernothi.
The glaive,
thing to
the
point out with
axe
them in
guy.
terms of, like, their rules
Holy,
and how they play
oh
is they're
god,
very
this is
defensive,
glorious,
because
man.
they're
As an
holding
elf
what they've got,
guy,
they're
oh
stealing other
boy,
people's
I
stuff, they
like
just want to
that.
protect their woods. And so while they're in their own area of the board, if you're an Underworlds player, you'll be familiar with the sort of mechanic.
The cool,
they're better.
finally the
They're better
hippies are
It's quite an
cool.
interesting warband then, because they're quite a fast warband, and usually you expect that to be quite aggressive,
Yeah.
but your bonuses are for defensive play.
Yeah, so redeploying, fighting in different areas in your own area. And
I love these miniatures. I think we've seen Kernothi in Underworlds before, and this is a kind of expansion of that, but I think this is a phenomenally cool looking warband.
I looked at them too long, and I'm really disturbed by their gemstones glowing
You
in
said
their
that you
belly
don't like the
buttons.
glowing
Yeah,
belly
it's
buttons.
Something about it, man.
I dig it. I'm here for glowing belly buttons.
Let the belly
so there we
button
go.
glow, okay? Let
Awesome
my
stuff
glowies
also
glow,
for
okay? Let
Warhammer
the
Underworlds.
feds be the
what
feds.
an awesome set of releases for Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
And 10 years of Warhammer.
That's a
Sigmar
really
as
fair
well.
point. Yeah,
10 years, man.
10 years ago this month, we saw the arrival of the Mortal Realms, the birth of Warhammer Age of Sigmar. And we're going to be sort of showing over the coming year a whole bunch of interesting things to do with the Mortal Realms. So if you enjoy Warhammer Age of Sigmar, you're in for a good time.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
It's
don't
taken
tell me
the
it's going to be a
Helmets
5th
long time to
edition
get here,
now.
hasn't it?
Yeah, it
But
was
then they
worth the
are
wait.
only movement 4. So.
Raph has respectably reminded us that there is in fact 5 more things to
Oh,
talk
there's
about.
more. Look at this.
And we're already getting the move along sign. There are 4 more boxes coming for Warhammer Underworlds. Each box contains 4 warbands. Each box also synergizes
I don't
with
play
a
this, so
particular faction. So this is
if
the Order
people
one, the
like
Secret
it, like
Shadow,
good
and
for
it
you
contains
all.
4 warbands from the Order faction, Grand Alliance, I should say. This is the Death one. These are the Reavers of Ruin, the Chaos warbands, and we've saved my favourite to last because I'm allowed to. The Gits and Goliaths, the Destruction warbands. Each, anybody who plays Warhammer Underworlds will know, each Warhammer Underworlds warband is lovely, right? They're just characterful and they home into a different part of the Mortal Realm setting. And you get 4 in a box. It's delightful. To play with them, you would need to pick up this, which is the Warbands of Spitewood. It contains all the cards and everything that you want. So whether you fancy playing with them in Warhammer Underworlds, seamlessly integrating them with their War Scroll cards into Warhammer Age of Sigmar, or just having some different hobby experiences, there's 16 opportunities in 4 boxes.
Every one of those boxes is all killer, no filler. There are some beautiful miniatures in there, including the crab, the Ideneth crab.
Perfect. Yeah. So
Crab.
we actually are at the
Crab
end. Of the Mortal
boy.
Realms
We are now
section.
at the end of the Mortal Realms.
It would be a good time to check in on Question Corner and see if there are in fact any questions.
Yeah, there's loads. People are very, very excited to hear about the Hellsmiths joining Warcry. That'd be really cool.
Fantastic. We're really pleased because we want them to be able to play with them and enjoy them.
Yeah, and of course the range is stunning, so people are super pumped about that. So there's a bit of confusion about the Grand Alliance that they come from. So presumably they come from the Chaos Grand Alliance, and if so, how do they fit in with the rest of the Chaos?
Yeah, so I can take that one. So the Hellsmiths of Hashut have a slightly interesting relationship with several factions in the Mortal Realms. They are definitely in the Chaos Grand Alliance. So despite what they themselves believe, they probably are corrupted by Chaos at least a little bit.
You don't get to play with that much demon power.
No, I mean
and
you
not
have tusks growing out of your face and horns growing out,
and you're turning to stone.
yeah, I mean something's gone a little bit demonic there. But they would consider themselves as kind of champions of order, but they are in the Chaos Grand Alliance. They also trade with the various forces of Chaos, so perhaps Chaos warlords and things would go to their ziggurats and be served with like weapons that they forged in exchange for the bounty that is collected across the realms. They also have a kind of symbiotic relationship with the Hobgrots and have traded with like the Cruel Boys and things like that. But they are Chaos Grand Alliance.
Nice. So how does Hashut fit in with the Chaos?
I think that's
really badly.
Yeah, it does not play well with others as a recurring theme, really.
So he is part of the pantheon of the Dwarven gods, right? But he feels ostracized. they understandably want to ostracize him. So the Hellsmiths kind of vilely resent the other Dwarven gods. It's a very fractious relationship, which is why there's such vitriol between them. Great questions. Thank you very much. We need to go to our next setting, which we will do by moving to the timeline of the Horus Heresy.
Let's do it.
So
Okay.
there are a
this is
multitude
Legion.
of great releases coming if you play Legions Imperialis. It's all tanks. So if you're
So
a
many
treadhead,
tanks.
settle
So
in
many tanks.
and we'll take you on a tour. Several boxes of fantastic plastic kits that make some really interesting additions to your army. On screen now you can see the Whirlwind.
I'm
Scorpius
iffy with
set.
Legion Imperialis.
It's 8 of those, 4 of each. So if you want to just rain death on the enemy, blow them out of their cover, this really is a wonderful way to do it. Built on that famous Rhino chassis, as is the Vindicator Siege Tank Squadron. Essentially, what's the biggest gun you can stick on a Rhino? Oh, it appears to be a gun with a breach
What
big
if
enough
I
to
want?
stuff a
I
whole
want an
space
even
marine
bigger
in.
gun, though, Adam. I want a bigger gun.
You want to do a heavier siege.
I want a
than
heavier
that.
siege gun than that.
Well, I've got some very good news
Oh, that's
for you.
it. That's exactly it.
The Type on Heavy Siege Tank Squadron
Damn.
is on the way. It's even bigger and more dangerous than the Vindicator. And you get like a nice guy with a flamer just warming things up and making sure that everything goes according
Like, by the time you've been shot by the siege gun, how much of a flamethrower do you really have?
He's just
Emotional
like,
support
baking off what's left,
flamer,
and you
yeah.
can drive
Maybe,
through and
yeah.
everything.
I
You'll
would
get
like
some-
that
you'll
emotional
get some.
support item, the flamethrower as well.
If you want to blow things up from further away, maybe
Hey,
there's,
Nukem,
Titan Squadron
thank
that
you
sends
for coming.
to a lot
Whoa.
less than the Cerberus Heavy
Hi
Tank
lads,
Destroyer
I'm
Squadron.
Vex. I'm your
Hello.
Elven Judge
That guy's
VTuber. I do hobbies.
It's a wonderful time to be driving tanks over the enemy.
I'm currently doing my EDGEATHON while
Heavy
watching
tank
the
destroyer
Warhammer
or a heavy
preview.
tank
with
destroyer.
all
Exactly. We've got some-
Let us know in the chat which
I
one.
play games as well, don't worry.
Possibly that.
The heaviest of all of the tanks.
Thank God you put here, because Legion Imperialis is kind of
Assault transport. What
But
if you
yeah.
want to just pack space into a tank?
Yeah,
drive
but
it
yeah,
on
I'm
the
doing
battlefield, open
EDGEATHON.
your gates, and
It's a
charge
marathon
into enemy
which
strongholds. Having
started
leveled
from
the
a
walls of
bet,
the melter array,
because I have over
and this is
100
the way
miniatures
to
that I
do
need
so.
to
Even
highlight
got its
the
own
edge.
anti-aircraft system on the top,
Hold up, let me
and the pilot
move
of
in
that is
here.
offering a Christmas bump as well. I imagine he gets on great with the other guys.
Sort of a
I have to edge
30,000 equivalent of a siege
like
tower.
the
isn't it?
love it.
the edges of the
design on this,
miniatures.
we've
I have
seen
to
this
put
at
color on them,
hello.
highlights.
Scale.
I
It's
was
beautiful.
wondering if you
It's
could
still
play
beautiful.
that
Small
song
scale. It's just
again.
beautiful.
Yeah, this is bugged now.
So those
but-
kits, like loads and loads of tanks, the Treadheads rejoice.
Holy
All
shit.
of those
That
tanks,
goes.
all of the rules for all of the units in Legions Imperialis can be found in essentially a thing that combines all the rules in one place. We've got a copy of the rule book, we've got a copy of this as well, ready to rock and roll, along with a whole bunch of other rules.
I couldn't hear shit.
there's too much to go into
How was
here
the
and
stream,
now, but
Nukin?
have a look
I
in the
will
articles. It's gonna
shout
be on
you
Warhammer
out.
community, and we'll talk more about it closer to the launch. What if you really like the letters
Hold up.
A through F and you want
love
to
it.
mark objectives and
don't
or
worry.
token
All right,
effects?
hold
We're releasing a really just useful set of token markers for you to use in games. I find these sort of things very useful
fun.
for reminding me what effects are going on in the game.
Mines of more.
And there's all the
Oh,
formation
okay.
data sheets you need
Yeah,
for your
pickaxe.
Imperialis games.
Speaking of
The
dwarves,
team
you
responsible
missed
for setting has really
everything
done a
about the
cracking
dwarves.
job
This was a
making
dwarven
sure that,
release.
like, the rules are accessible.
Like,
you can hold them.
what?
It's really
Your
fun.
space
Very
dwarves
fun.
got a
Compiled a
whole
lot of stuff
second,
together.
Yeah,
second,
way of
I've got a
approaching
good friend who's super into it. He was asking
second
me about,
release?
like, how he gets all of these rules. Quietly knowing.
and the Chaos Dwarves are back. The Chaos Dwarves are back, dude.
There's more stuff set within the Age of Darkness. We teased these in the Saturnine preview. But we have the Mark II.
Oh
assault
yeah,
ship,
here we go.
which
This is what I
wonderful.
wanted.
Oh,
yes!
The new Mark II assault marines. Mark II is kind of
Oh, I
one of the
failed
more
the
brutal
edging.
looking of the various different Space Marine armor marks.
In the
and
miniature.
they've ramped that up even further. You've got
No
some options
worries,
in this
man.
kit from a variety of
Oh,
weapon
Mark
options.
II.
The coolest of them.
But yeah, I
is
also
the
play
chain
games for
axe,
those
which is
who are wondering
optional
and
free
shit like
upgrade
that.
to
I'm a
the
very much of a
chainsword
potty
that comes
mouth,
normally
if
with your
Nokken
assault
didn't
marines.
tell
Yeah,
you.
so
I'm a
it
big
fits loads of
Warhammer
changes.
fan,
It
tabletop
has
fan.
every
I play
interactive
games, I
effect.
do
Now,
hobby streams
think
as
of
well.
them slightly slower than
I'm
chain
doing
axes,
this
but they
because
have
like
like a
Chainsaw.
more dangerous
Marathon,
chainsaw, but they have a more
because
dangerous-
it's a
absolutely.
bet for my friend's
There
cancer
are points for the
treatment,
alternative.
and
So
they got to the
if
goal. You can help
buy
there
these,
as well.
it's just a straight points,
And
points
since
box.
I am doing a
It's like-
marathon, why
if you're
not
dying to have that
dedicate it
classic
to
chainsaw
charity?
loadout,
And I'm
this is
raising
really
funds
swap
for
the
St.
arms with the
Jude's
ones on the Mark 6
St.
assault
Jude's
wing,
research.
Or you can just get them from the upgrade kit. But I think
Wow,
the price is
they
never
have
better
all
than it
those
does
shields.
with
There's some great different options in there as well. You've got a couple of heavy.
Oh,
which is
shit,
another
I can't
upgrade
use
you can
these
put onto
boys
the
on
models. The sergeant's got the
40K,
option for some pistols and
not
close combat
because I
weapons.
can't.
And as you can see with the salamander on the screen there
It's
as well, you can
they're
also
blocking me
equip
to
this
do
with
that.
combat shield.
It's more of
so loads of different things.
it doesn't make sense to have Mark II
I would
armor in
imagine we're also
40K.
going to see some of these
yeah.
converted. with
Yeah,
some
yeah,
space
yeah,
marines
yeah,
kits.
but
one of the
still.
lovely things about the Horus Heresy is that so many
Yeah,
of the
but
kits are really
still,
interchangeable
like, still you
with
helped.
each other, so you can take bits and heads and arms and weapons and stuff and really create it.
I really like with the breastplate on these.
But I want to play Horus Heresy. Like, the only reason why I'm not painting new models anymore is because I don't have room
There's
anymore.
more
I don't
coming
have
as
shelf
well from
space.
previewed
I still have a lot more I didn't paint.
the Journal Tactical, which is available to order right now. In fact, all of Saturnine is available. To
Oh,
order
another
right now.
journal. Just
There's a
the
new
first
journal
one didn't even
on the
fucking get
horizon called The
released.
Forges of Saturn, and this is really all about Vulcan's gift to his brothers through the Saturnine project, and so it focuses very heavily on all of those suits of armor that we've seen in the Saturnine box.
Yeah, there's loads of great new options in this book, particularly allowing you to do more stuff with your Saturnine miniatures. So there are different, basically, things that you can do to your Saturnine miniatures using other kits, mixing kits together to create new units. So this is a really great example. This is a Saturnine command squad, and what you've got here is a unit that's taken bits from the command squad sprues.
I mean,
and
that's
also some spare bits
it's
from
a kit
someone who
bash, I
built
get,
a,
but wow, okay.
Saturnine Praetor with his axe. You get the hammer spare. You can now give it to characters in your Saturnine command squad and basically make them into a champion. The other option that you can have inside this is to make one of your Saturnine Terminators into a Saturnine Centurion. That's the Thousand Suns guy on the far left there. Saturnine Centurion means that you could now have like 2 tiers of Saturnine Commander you can have in your army, and effectively unlocks the ability to have an entire Saturnine styled army if you want to.
Wait, why are you putting that option in the fucking journal? Why wasn't it in the base fucking codex? I mean, I get it, it's to sell more shit, sell more books and get more money, but god fucking damn it!
Thousand Suns love it. It's their favorite.
But there's also
That should have been on the fucking Bleeber, the core book. Not in the fucking journal of what so fuck ever.
Yeah, there's some really interesting stuff about how the different legions have sort of embraced it. So the Thousand Suns have sort of used it as intended to some extent and kind of put all of their psychic pilots inside them. The word bearers immediately crammed it full of demons just to see what would happen. But all of the legions, to some extent, have recognized the lethality of Saturnine.
Okay, I mean, I get the word bearers why they did that. I didn't expect less.
We're still not quite done in this sort of area of the timeline. I am super excited to be able to announce today on behalf of the Black Library that there is a new mega series on the way. This
The Scouring called it!
One called Ashes of the Imperium, and this
We'll
kicks
get
off
to
a
see the
multi-book,
fucking
multi-author
creating the chapters.
mega series set in the ashes of the Imperium. It's a perfect title. The Horus Heresy is ended. The Emperor is mortally wounded, enshrined upon the Golden Throne. The War Master is dead. The forces.
We're gonna see Perturabo turning into a demon prince.
What happens next? So this series.
We're gonna see the
begins
traitors running. We're gonna see
at
my
that
fucking
premise.
chapter
And here
being
we have, very understandable
remade.
confrontation between a battered and damaged Rogel Dawn and Rabute Gilliman, who has arrived pristine with reinforcements. And as you can see, they're at loggerheads already. Black Library are super excited for us to be announcing this today because this is the culmination of a lot of work. And
That means they're gonna get rule. The Scouring is gonna get rules.
writers and creatives that have been plotting out a multi-book series, which we're going to see play out over several years. I'm really, really excited by this.
I think you were saying to me earlier on that there's kind of like 3 core themes, aren't there, that's being explored through this.
So in a nutshell, and without spoiling anything for those of you who want to enjoy it, I promise you.
I'm gonna have to listen to this.
There are
I'm heavily
3
interested.
principal themes. Theme number 1 is what happens with the legions of Astartes, right? They essentially caused all of this, or their brothers have. They've ruined the work of the Great Crusade. The Imperium is in tatters. What is the place for the Space Marine legions in the wake of this catastrophe?
Yeah, the Codex
The Traitor Legions,
Astartes.
the second of these sort of perspectives. the War Master is dead. Their whole purpose for doing this has now failed. The Chaos Gods withdraw some of their power. So suddenly they thought they were onto a good thing, and now they're relatively alone and at sea.
We are not getting
How do
God
they
of War
survive?
back,
How do they
okay.
regroup? The third group is, in my opinion, maybe the most compelling, which is what of humanity, right? They've just watched these demigods wage war across the Imperium, ruin everything, destroy
we're
the
gonna
Emperor's
see
great
the
works.
creation
the Emperor is
of the
mortally
Imperial
wounded.
Creed.
How do they respond? How does humanity rally, and how does it perceive the place of the Space Marine Legion?
We're going to see the Inquisition
Absolutely. And I think
creation, the
worth
Creed.
saying as well, this is absolutely, you can treat this as a self-contained series.
Oh, yeah.
If you have read all of the Horus Heresy from Horus Rising all the way through the full novel series and then gone through the Siege of Terror, first of all, very well done.
Thank
there's
you.
a lot of books to read, some great stories in there. But if you are new to the Horus Heresy and kind of the setting and the era, you can absolutely just jump in with Ashes of the Imperium.
I'm gonna
and
start
treat
binge
the
reading
Scouring
now.
as a series in its own right.
Yeah, I have to give a little bit of a shout out to Chris Raitt as well, who is the author chosen for this first book. He is a true gangster of words. He's written
Chris
some of these
Wright,
really
though, it's in good
fantastic Black
hands.
Library
Chris
novels.
Wright is actually a decent
If
writer.
you've never read a Chris Wright book and you just want to dip your toes in ahead of trying this, I could not recommend enough of Valdor, Birth of the Imperium. It sort of sits outside the rest of the sort of Horus Heresy experience a little bit. And it's like top tier Black Library fiction, and might be a fun way to sort of whet your appetite for more Chris Wright. As we approach the release of this, we're going to have a full-length interview with Chris talking about Ashes of the Imperium and
My God.
all of the care and
the
consideration
name
that's
was
gone into
leaked
it and the
anyway,
narrative
so
that unfolds. More on that on Warhammer Community as we have
Yeah,
it.
it's very exciting. I think
That was awesome. I really am super excited for it. We're not done yet.
we're not even close.
We're going to
promised
see
that
what
we would
happens
return
afterwards.
to
We're going
the
to see the
grim
creation
darkness
of the
of
chapters, the
dark,
Black
millennium.
Templars, Flash
And we
Terrors,
do now with
shit like that.
5 new Space Marine heroes for 5 of the first founding chapters.
Right,
Oh.
this is Vulcan Heston. So this
Hey.
is a model returning that has previously
40K
been
time.
in metal and resin and is now in plastic. Vulcan Heston is
Heston.
a famed hero of the Salamanders chapter, and his particular mission is to scour the galaxy looking for the relics left by his Primarch, the namesake
Wait,
Vulcan.
5?
He wears some of those
Oh,
relics
they're
himself,
showing
so he's
everyone.
equipped with an artificial suit of armor.
Oh,
he is carrying
okay.
a handheld heavy flamer and a blade of Vulcan that crackles with magma fire and is able to
It's
slice
a
through enemy warriors.
spear,
He's also
boy.
walking through flames, just in case you weren't sure he was as cool as he can be. He's just walking through the fire there as well. He is
He's a
probably the most
salamander. He has to.
iconic
He's contractually
Salamanders character
obligated
that
to walk
exists
through
in
fire.
Warhammer 40,000, and it's great to see him in plastic. He has a couple of head options. You can have helmeted or unhelmeted. And
Health
both
and
of-
safety first.
Mark
both of
7
them are
helmet,
very, very
man.
cool indeed.
It's
He is only
Primaris,
one
but,
of
yeah.
the 5 new Space Marine
Yeah,
characters on the
next
way.
up we have a very iconic and well-known hero returning in a new incarnation, Darnath Lysander.
Okay,
first
like,
captain
Valak was-
of the first
is
company,
right,
I think we
holy
should say,
shit.
of the Imperial Fists chapter. He's been remade in the sort of new Terminator armor style that we saw for the
He
first
finally
time.
become
in
the
It's the
chapter
same
master.
scale as the ones
Yeah, absolutely.
in the recent Warhammer 40,000.
And he
box
is
set.
a substantial man in that armor. He has an enormous storm shield. He's carrying that incredible looking thunder
Might be
hammer.
the best storm shield in Warhammer.
The Hand of
It's up there,
Glory.
it's right up
It's up
there,
there.
yeah. I think the Lion
Oh,
might
it's a
argue
great
with you, but
shield,
we're
man.
talking top 3, right? Yeah, everything you'd expect from this iconic hero of the Imperial Fists chapter.
Nice to see a helmeted option in there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're taking the...
If you don't want to paint a face, and sometimes you just want to get him on the battlefield nice and fast. you can-
yeah, I mean, if it wasn't yellow, I don't know, I might find it easy to paint the flesh, to be honest.
Yep.
He is not the only. There are 5 of them altogether. So next up, we have Canok Var, a new character for the Iron Hands chapter. This is the captain of the Averni clan.
Yeah. The equivalent to your kind of captain of the first company.
Yeah.
Again, a Terminator in the same scale as the recent new Terminator kits. Some really lovely little features on here, really leaning into the kind of Iron Hands lore. You've got lots of nods towards his technological know-how and their kind of alliance with the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah, he's got sort of servo skulls
Yeah,
attached by
Verni
data
are
tethers, sort
very
of conjuring information. Look at the
technological.
one on the bottom right-hand corner. He looks like he's projecting a Fortress of Redemption.
Yeah, he's got like a little holograph
Yeah.
of perhaps a building that they're planning to besiege. Or
And I
something.
think my favourite thing on this model is actually the power maul, which is shaped after a Tetsubo, not a weapon I'm used to seeing, and it just really works on this kind of
Damn.
sort of straightforward
Japanese
tactical extreme
weeb!
approach.
Just
Next
kidding.
up, and I think for many people this will be the sort of
This one's cool, guys.
the model which fires your imagination.
Whoa.
The Raven Guard have a new chapter master.
Absolutely love this guy. So
Wait, what?
The new chapter master of the Raven Guard. You might be saying, Eddie, they already have a chapter master. What happened to Shrike? Shrike has led the Raven Guard for some years, but has decided that actually his place is better in the shadows as the captain of stealth assaults, and he has left Ethion Shan to lead the Raven Guard as their figurehead and their commander. And the
Oh, come on, that's
phenomenal.
disrespect
We
to
very recently
Shrike.
had Logan Grimnar released. I think only this last weekend, and this continues the tradition of having just an absolutely phenomenally cool-looking chapter master miniature.
Yeah, he's redolent in sort of the imagery of the Raven Guard chapter that you'd expect to see.
He's wearing Gravis.
Sort of tassels that sort of dangle from him with the sort of secret runic script of deliverance. He's got feathers and fetishes.
Look at those
and
claws.
He's got 3 head options. Aethon Shan is a really just tremendous centerpiece model, and I think the Raven Guard fans out there are going to be delighted by what he presents.
They're
and
not
there's
gonna
one
like
more.
Shrike no longer.
Sabodin Khan. He is the first captain
Yeah,
of the White Stars
Valorek
chapter.
was
So he
sort
leads
of
his
right.
first
There's no
company,
sniper dude for
on
Raven
this
Guard,
just
but
mighty looking grav bike. It's got a Gatling cannon mounted into the front. He's the perfect embodiment of that White Scars hero huntsman archetype.
Yeah, it's
He
very,
has
very
a
cool. There's
Gatling
all
gun.
sorts of beautiful Chigorian details on in there. You can see the kind of pattern on the front of the jet bike is very reminiscent of some of their Heresy era designs on their dreadnoughts and things like that.
hope we get
We've
jet
got
bikes.
the model with us in a second. We're going to have a kind of look at it, but there's some beautiful detail on the back. He's got kind of Chigorian shields and sheaths and decapitated enemy heads and stuff like that. It is just the most White Scars looking thing you've ever seen.
Sagyar Mazan,
That fits
baby.
beautifully in an army if you've got lots of outriders and fast-moving stuff. It's been quite a long wait for the White Scars to have
absolutely.
a character on a bike,
The
and
characters
it's
have
well worth
traditionally
it.
had to walk, haven't they? So not anymore. Really beautiful. How do I get my hands on these? You say there's some
gonna be in
some
the
questions
box.
to answer
Yeah,
there.
there we go.
There's a series of combat patrols coming out. Listen carefully, and I'll explain the one piece of nuance to this. Sabodin Khan is in the White Scars combat patrol. You see it here.
Okay.
It's 3 outrider bikes, an intercessor assault squad, a transport, and Sabodin Khan. He will be available separately not that long after the release of this combat patrol. He's the only one of these new heroes that comes inside a combat patrol. The others
Oh.
are available separately, but here are the combat patrols that come out with them. So you have an Imperial Fist combat patrol, just full of heavily armored Imperial Fist troops. You've got Terminators and a command.
I can
and
literally
investment.
buy that
Wonderful.
shit.
Next up, Iron Hands, heavy intercessors, heavy weapons, everything. you
Okay,
might
I can
expect
buy that
from
as well for my
tough,
army to boost it up.
durable,
Yep, I play Blood
warriors
Angels, by
of
the way.
Iron Hands chapter. The Raven Guard, a bit more.
Fast and Phobos.
Yeah, fast. That's
Oh.
good. I like that. That was strong.
That would be
they're
perfect
gonna
for
get in
me.
Much faster. Imagine Aethon Shan leading those. It'll be tremendous. But what if you just want to carry all the flames all the time?
Yeah.
Every model in this
Yeah.
entire combat patrol has
Valorek
something
was
that
right.
makes you hotter.
Either a melted gun or a flamethrower.
Yeah.
In
He
some
He wasn't
way,
right
shape, or
about
form.
the
I think there's
sniper
some
guy,
assault
though.
intercessors
He
who
was
maybe,
speaking about
ruin their
sniper.
attempt at,
Oh, no.
connecting it. But you know
got
what?
fooled.
That is a lot of flamer and or melter, and I think you can excuse us.
Some new transfers in those kits as well. Adam, I know you were a very big fan of that when we were looking
just,
through.
hit
kits.
on my like secret nerd part of Warhammer. I get really excited by transfer sheets. I can't do freehand to save my life, but I can stick a decal on with the best of them. Each of these will come with its own transfer sheet, which means that you can apply all the details of the heraldry and everything.
But where's the Horus
There's
Heresy?
loads of cool extras on those.
Was that the
case in
Horus
point,
Heresy
The Imperial Fist
stuff?
one has some decals that do
Damn,
Crimson
I
Fists. So
didn't
if you were
expect that.
a fan of the Crimson
I'm
Fist's
somewhat
successors, then
disappointed.
you can fill your boots. We'll show you those ahead of time so you can sort of plan your purchases and your painting experiences as we get closer to these.
Yeah,
Should we have a look at the models?
Yeah, I've got some of the miniatures right here. We've got some kind of classic stuff, so you can see the scale of them, and we've also got some of the new miniatures. So if we
I mean,
start off,
the new
over here
chapter
with the
master for Raven Guard looks
side, I
absolutely
brought along
great.
assault intercessor sergeant. It's not a small model by any stretch of the imagination, but you sort of get a sense of how big the new chapter master of the Raven Guard is there. He is on a big base. He's going to be quite an intimidating character.
He
He's certainly going to be the
definitely
largest
has
of your
Inceptor
infantry
armor.
models.
He definitely has
Probably
the heavy
standing
Gravis
not
armor.
far
There's
off the
no
height of
way
a
he doesn't.
Redemptor Dreadnought at the top of his base there.
Yeah, what's interesting is you may have a tactical rock to sort of raise him up a little, But Darneth Lysander is such a brute that he's not that much shorter than either of the two models you just mentioned. He really is very dominating. And then Sabodin Khan next to an Outrider. First of all, check out the sort of similarities between the stylings, the sort of
the stylings are very similar. The gun case, the top part.
But if you spin it around, check out some of
there
the
are
details
so
on the
many
back.
lovely details on this. I really like the shield. There's some sheaths, there's some extra weapons. There's like, as well as having loads of lovely detail, there's also loads of space if you want to do some like Chigorian freehand or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's going to be.
If you're brave enough
up
to
there
do
with the
that
golden
on
demons and
white,
things, so that people choose
It's
the models.
it's exciting to see
you
what people
gotta
do
be a
with it.
fucking madman to do the
Chigorian
Chigorian freehand.
Surely that's all the Space Marine we have time for.
So you say that, but there is a little bit more Space Marine on the way. This one's really exciting for me because I got to help a little bit on the team that have brought this to life. I am over the moon to present the first ever officially licensed wearable Space Marine helmet. This is the Lieutenant Titus Mark 10 helmet made by Joy-Toy. If you've not heard of Joy-Toy, where have you been hiding? Joy-Toy make beautiful action figures under license from Games Workshop. They do Warhammer 40,000 ones, and they do Warhammer Age of Sigmar ones, and they do Warhammer the Horus Heresy ones, and now they have made this incredible helmet. It's just really something, and I can talk about some of its features. Inside, it's got an adjustable sort of headband, so you can change it to fit your head. What that means is that unless you've got the
I don't need to
tiniest
comment on
head, like
that.
a small child or a grot, you should be able to make it fit. I have the most preposterous, like, potato head imaginable.
I think I'm going to say what everyone is thinking, which is just put it on.
Yeah, I will. But before I do, so this is the prototype that we've been sort of working with them on. And before I do, I'm going to flip a switch because we're under very bright studio lights. But inside, can you see the illuminated? A little bit. There's some really great pictures that you'll be able to see later. But I feel like a Space Marine already. This is just
I feel like I'm standing next to a Space Marine. It's incredible.
I mean, it's never felt so good to feel like Lieutenant Titus.
It's good because
so
I have the potato head syndrome as well, my guys.
You can buy it with this lovely display stand as well. This is the Mark 10 helmet stand. It looks like something straight out of a battle barge or a Fortress Monastery cell where a Space Marine might put his war gear when he's finished on campaign. It's your choice whether you want to get the helmet separately or with that, but I've had this in my office for quite a while and it looks really cool. When can you get your hands on it, I guess is the question.
When can I get my hands on it, Adam?
I'm glad you asked. The answer is, when this preview show is done, the pre-orders begin. So you will be able to go to warhammermerch.com and pre-order it. So yeah, I'm just over the moon to see this in the flesh, in real world. Very, very exciting. We're still not done with Warhammer 40,000. We need to go to Kill Team, to the Kill Team.
Deathwatch. Deathwatch pioneered the term kill team. Well, more Necrons, okay? Geoman. Oh, finally the Geomancer model is back. Oh. The kill teams are finally Primarist.
So, an amazing,
cool.
amazing new box for
Rip
Kill Team, a
Mark
new
8
expansion,
armor.
2 brand new kill teams, a new kill zone, some incredible miniatures. Let's take a look. This is Kill Team Tomb World, and you get absolutely loads in this box.
It's just bursting with cool
This
stuff, right?
might
Oh,
be
God, it's
might
good.
be the best Kill Team box we've released. It's
bold
way up
claim,
there.
and
isn't
I
it?
struggle
It's
to
up there.
argue.
It's up there. There's some beautiful
It
stuff.
is
in here.
up there. I
if
am
we talk about
not
the
gonna
battlefield
lie.
First, you've got some absolutely amazing Necron scenery, in a little bit like the Into the Dark scenery we saw
Yeah, absolutely.
a little while back, and certainly allows you to play games in that same sort of style. Doesn't replace it necessarily, but allows you to play that kind of
God.
close confines, up close battles.
Why did my friend stop
Really
collecting
thematic. You've got
Necrons?
kind of undead.
Maybe I can
Necron
get them
crypts
back.
as the warriors wake from their eons-long slumber. But the kill teams themselves are probably where the real excitement is. So if we start off with the Deathwatch kill team, this is the return of the original kill team. The name kill team itself comes from the concept of Deathwatch, and they have come out with an amazing new range of miniatures. There are 10 of these guys in the box. You can build them in a whole range of different ways, and there are some lovely features. Adam, have you got any favourites from the mix
for me, I'm all about the big firepower, right? So
I don't know if this is a new sculpt. That's the problem.
That's the best way to greet the Xenos, right? Yeah, you can't really go wrong.
I mean,
called them out as
there
a
probably
Pantera
are new
for many years.
sculpts. However,
One of the things that's exciting about this set is that there's loads of different heraldic devices available.
Some quite obscure chapters as well.
Yeah, I mean, so Flesh Terrors are perhaps not obscure.
Hey, the
but
Death
they're not
Wolves!
necessarily what you might expect.
There
For
are
example, Top Center, that's a member of the
there were
Wolf
a
Spears,
homebrew
which is one of the few
chapter that
successors
became
to the,
canon because
Space Wolf
a
chapter.
fan passed away sadly
We've got
from
an
cancer.
Ultramarine on the right-hand side.
So,
the crossed sword
GW
on the one
immortalized
bottom
them.
left, I think, is probably making him a Guardian of the Covenant.
I think you might be right.
And as a Dark Angels collector, that's quite exciting.
We had a
Why is
fun
a
game
Flesh
earlier on where we tried
Terror
to guess all the
gunner?
different
Holy
chapters.
fuck,
A red
no.
scorpion in there as well that you can't quite make him out, but
There's 5 more that you can see here. So if you see any that are a chapter that you're interested in, shout them out in the chat. I think the top middle guy is going to get some attention because there's a lot of fans for those guys.
Raptor,
Loads of options, loads
Fist,
of specializations for
Sally,
your kill team to be built with.
Raven Guard on the
They
left.
really are the personification of pick the right weapon for the job.
I
when you
can't
start
see.
the game.
Dark
And
Angel.
when you
I
play
saw
Kill Team,
saw
the way
that number
this,
plating on the
any Kill
knee.
Team works is that you have a roster of different warriors, and then you can choose the ones
They
you want
are the
before
only
your
ones
game
that have that
starts.
fucking
You get
number
10
plate
models
like that.
in this box to make your kill team. You've got loads of different options, and then you choose before each game. Your kill team in game will be 5 of those warriors, and you can pick any 5 you want.
Actually, I could be wrong.
Check it out with the underslung grenade launcher and all of the grenades just in the harness.
It's great to see a mix of Gravis and Phobos and Tacticus
absolutely.
as well. So that's a Gravis, effectively a heavy intercessor archetype, but he's even more
I'm hoping
upgunned
that the
than you might
genuine,
expect a normal
the
heavy intercessor
original
to be, which
Death
have
Watch
already got
veterans
quite
are not
big
gone.
guns. In game terms, the Death Watch have got all sorts of specialist Xenos killing kit, but one of their things is effectively in each turning point you can choose one of them to use a special piece of ammunition, and you can basically pick a special rule for that gun to have, so it can be blast or precision or extra AP or something like that. So that a kind of quite long-standing concept of them having the ammunition to do exactly the job you need them to do makes its way into Kill Team, as well as them just being pretty good all-round
that's their
Space
thing.
Marines, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But they're not the only thing in the kit, although you might excuse our enthusiasm for thinking so. There's also the Canoptic Circle. These are the Necron guardians of this tomb complex. Essentially, their job has been to oversee the
Shit ton of
reanimation
fucking
protocols
spiders.
of all of the Necrons
One
you
lone
see in
warrior,
these
but the
alcoves. We'll show you
Geomancer.
some more of the drain
Oh
in a bit.
boy.
And so these
Love the fact
are
he's going to have
the,
probably HQ rules.
sentinels that are ready to now sort of attack the interlopers.
Yeah, and they were just going about their business, waking up all the Necrons, and all of a sudden this very rude kill team of Deathwatch burst into their crypt and decided to start wrecking
Yeah,
up the
how
place.
dare
So
we
they've had
fucking
to,
stop you from taking over the
mobilize
planet,
against them. It is a very powerful kill team. This is the Canoptek Circle. It is led by a Geomancer, which is a type of cryptech. That's the model you can see there. She is the leader of the warband, and she definitely kind of is the
we have a
core of the
woman.
force, right? So
And she's big and powerful.
she's
right?
big and powerful. Yeah, she alone can take on a
Damn, she
Space
has a
Marine,
bigger
but
chin
the other
than me.
troops in her,
Holy shit.
force need her to kind of be at the center to kind of coordinate the efforts. You've got a few different other models in the mix there as well. As the Geomancer, you have remind me of the names of these.
The larger thing on the left-hand side with the guns on the top is the Tomb Crawler.
Yep.
Then sort of the right hand, and there's another one sort of central to the right-hand side.
And we have
Then
the lone
smaller
Necron
things,
warrior.
they are your reanimators or your
Billy,
warriors.
my boy!
So normally, day to day,
I always call that
a
lone different
but you know,
unit
when,
in
the
a kill
Deathwatch
team
come
unit or
knocking,
whatever it is. Billy.
They
call him
leap
Billy.
into Action.
Yeah, the crawlers have got some particularly formidable weaponry, right? So like they're up against the Deathwatch kill team. So the guns on those can take out a Space Marine if they get a good solid round of firepower. They are one of the. You've got your kind of central character, which does all the kind of utility stuff. Then you've got 2 really good solid gun platforms, and then you've got the rest of the force, which whizzes around and does the objective taking stuff. So it's a really flexible little kill team. Also worth pointing out that the box has a bunch of Necron warriors.
Yep.
Why does it have a bunch of Necron warriors, you might ask? They're not in the kill team. Well, one of the other things that you get inside this box is rules for playing basically co-op missions where you both play as Deathwatch and you're up against hordes, undying hordes of Necron warriors. As they
Joint operations is super fun.
I like that.
the chance to do this as a Deathwatch kill team, sort of stalking around a Necron, awakening Necron tomb complex is almost too appealing to say no to.
And just a great other way of playing the game.
I'm going to totally jump on it. Have a look around this board, and you can see in some of those alcoves there are those reanimating Necrons and stuff.
And there's like weird portals and glyphs and all sorts of stuff.
Replete with cool imagery. There's fallen masonry. You can imagine they've been asleep for so long that seismic events, whatever, of course, needs to fall down. Plus, and or maybe the wolf spear hitting everything with his hammer. This is going to be just peak Warhammer.
The new combat patrols are nice. It's actually the things I need.
And of course,
a little bit.
both of these kill teams will be usable in Warhammer 40,000.
Absolutely.
There'll be a way to use your Deathwatch in that game as well, and your new Necrons. And of course, there is a new book, a new dossier that comes with this, which has all the rules you need to play these in your games of kill teams.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of them in the flesh. It comes in the box. There you go. Let's have a look at some of these in the flesh. In particular, it'd be good to get the Geomancer in because that gives a sense of the scale. So my favourite with the frag cannon, but when you put the Geomancer in here, square it off. There we go. So there's some like narrative around the events here, which is quite cool. We were having a read. So when we learned that the Geomancer was in fact a lady. If you haven't already tweaked.
Girl has a chin bigger than me.
So you get a nice mix of scale from obviously the Geomancer and the.
I still like that fucking Deathwatch
the
kill
animators
team.
on the sides. Loads
Very
of stuff to
nice.
feast on. This is an exciting time for kill team, I think. The Deathwatch
Okay,
is probably lots of
we
fans.
edge
And
highlighted
they're
the
so
guy.
iconic within the concept of kill team.
Yeah, I think wouldn't be an exaggeration to say
light.
the most requested kill team, since the
Alright.
concept of kill team was sort of re-emerged into the consciousness.
Absolutely. Right. I think we've done it.
I think we've done it.
We're around the 90-minute mark. I did say it would be a long one.
Oh, it's done?
But we've shown you all of our Warhammer previews. We should go to question corner. That was good prompt. Well done. Simon, there's probably a question or three, right?
There's quite a few. Yeah. Do you want some rapid fire ones to get you going?
Hit us. Let's see what we can do.
We're within 12.
Okay, let's go. So start off with Old World. Are the new Tomb King minis resin or plastic?
Plastic.
They are plastic.
Multi-part plastic kits. Definitely said it.
Let's go with the Kill Team Tomb World. Is the new Necron terrain similar in dimension to the Gallodark terrain?
It is similar. I don't think it's exactly the same.
Yeah, Gallodark would be a good reference point.
So we've got Warhammer Underworlds. Will the new warbands or any of the re-released Grand Alliance warbands be receiving rules to use them in Warhammer Age of Sigmar?
I believe you can use all of them in Age of Sigmar, can't you? I don't want to. Certainly. Ooh.
Well,
I'm not going to commit. There you go. Show my face as a face of non-committal.
One thing that is worth
Okay,
saying is that quite a lot of the new battle tomes have a place for Warhammer Underworld's warbands
adding
as
more
generic
paint now. I fucked up.
archetypes of that
The-
thing. So
I shouldn't have
the
edge
Glintstone kits, for
highlighted the
example, you've got a
helmet.
place for the
I
wolves.
think that's a
So
more
that's
now
comprehensive
I'm
answer.
That's
instead
probably the
gonna do-
place that you'll find them going forwards.
A fix
Yeah,
up.
just there.
Basically,
The Hellsmith.
I'm going to
are
paint the
Warframe.
helmet.
You said that already. Have
Yes.
said that.
Yeah.
Well done us.
So
been a long
and
night.
the
shade 'em.
Adepts Astartes ones we've just seen. Does Subadin Khan have a helmeted option?
He does have a helmeted option.
Very cool.
Although I think
Safety first.
any adherence to health and safety would be an absolute abomination when you're riding free in the wind.
You
like the
might
White
be
Scouts.
riding in a vacuum, at
No,
which point
no,
you're probably
just
allowed.
hold your breath.
Just
Get on with it. Yeah.
They
okay,
got
cool.
reinforced.
I mean,
skulls,
Rabun
so-
Gilliman did it, so
So where can we expect to see the lore and rules for the shiny new characters?
That is a great question.
good question.
The rules will be available online.
So some of the rules, if the character is being re-released, already exist
Yeah,
in Codex
that's true.
Space Marine.
So Darnath Lysander,
yeah,
couple up
Vulcan and
already.
Lysander are already there. The other rules will be available online.
And I'm really glad you asked about the lore because I know a thing. Phil Kelly from the Warhammer 40,000 lore team came and had a chat with me, and they've written full background for each of these characters and narrative stories, which we'll be hosting on Warhammer Community in the week leading up to their release when that happens. I'm super excited because I don't know anything about Aethon Shan, and I want to learn his story. So yes, there we go.
Awesome. So we've got two more quick ones if we can. So the Horus Heresy Age of Darkness. Are some of the Wargate options that are currently no longer available to certain units ever going to be revisited?
So that's a good question. So we do know that there will be more things released in plastic across the course of this edition. With some of those plastic kits, you may see war gear options returning that have previously been available. You might also see some war gear options that have never existed before added to those units. So hopefully that answers some of the question.
Yeah, Grant. One last one was on the Scouring. How many books can we expect to see in the series?
At least one, because it's got the number one on the side of it. I don't want to steal the thunder of any future sort of news from Black Library other than to announce it today. But what they have told us, and it was one of the best conversations of my professional life ever, to sit down with the editing team from Black Library as they sort of poured the Scouring lore into my open brain, was this is a multi-book, multi-author series, and so you're going to be following it for some years to come.
Grand.
There
Yeah.
we go.
Well, there's bazillions more questions that I couldn't possibly get to. They're scrolling past so quick. It's all I could do to find the ones I got. But yeah, thanks.
That's great. What remains, I guess, at this point in the juncture is, first of all, to thank all of you for tuning in and spending 90 minutes of brilliant Warhammer fun with us. I've really enjoyed myself.
I had a great time. I always have a great time.
Awesome. There's some like general housekeeping to do. If you've missed anything in this and you want to know more, go to warhammercommunity.com. Read the articles that are there on the website. There's pictures. There's more information than Eddie and I would have remembered to tell you. And you can watch the videos back as well. If you are looking for more Warhammer excitement right now in your life, we're going to throw back to Tacoma, where there's Warhammer 40,000 tournament taking place, I believe, right now.
Let's
is what
see
we're
how
going back
this
to.
little shade does
so
now.
You can hang around
Apparently
here,
this
especially
is
on the Twitch
better
channel.
than
I believe
normal.
that's true. What else is there to say? The helmet. Go and find it on warhammermerch.com. I think we're done.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Brilliant. Right. Thank you, Simon, for asking questions. Thanks to the crew here who've made it all work. Eddie, it's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
We can't wait to see you again next time. Take care.
All right, that's it. Back to painting. Amazing, really. Holy fuckballs, man. Woo! Holy fuckballs. Okay, we've seen a lot of new shit. A lot of new shit, honestly. Oh, ads are coming in less than a minute, lads. I'm sorry, I can't help with that. Yeah, I can't help with ads. Like, they force you to do it anyway. But yeah. Oh shit, my Bluetooth headphones disconnected. Well, fuck me, great. There we go. Now let's play the music again. Wait, the sponge is dry. Ah, no wonder I'm seeing the paint dry. I was wondering what the fuck was happening. We're fixing this. There we go, and I'm just gonna grab my normal. I'm running out of it, but man, those were some mixed bag releases in my opinion. Like, the AOS releases were actually pretty great, am I gotta say. Those Horus Heresy, okay. Space Marine releases were nice, however, I do not like how they they basically dissed Shrike. Yeah, I just don't like it. Here we go. The Chief Librarian is edged. He has a golden chin, but fuck it. Yeah, this is why I hate Vallejo Gold. Okay, we have one more thing we're gonna do. So I'm gonna take this guy. And I'm gonna take him. Now, what I'm gonna do first is rehydrate the wet pallets on battery 5. There we go. Woo. So we're gonna add pink, good amount of it, because it's a wet palette. So I can. Okay, and there we go. We have now our purple, which I use to paint my guys, and I'm gonna now continuously add and mix until I get that hue. And I think it's about this. Yes, so we're gonna do the Blood Angel Captain and see how much I can do. Wow, still. More purple. Should be enough. Just go. Yep, there we go. That's the shade. That's the shade of purple I want. Wow, still, holy fuck balls, man. So, the Space Dwarves got a whole new set. The Chaos Dwarf. Yeah, this is a Dwarvenmoth, man. This is Dwarfmoth. It was fascinating, really. Still, I don't like how they fucking they took a piss on Shrike. No longer Chapter Master. He deserves the Chapter Master title for the Raven Guard, man. I did not know somebody can relinquish. I didn't know Space Marines can relinquish the Chapter Master title. So that means Dante has a chance. Dante has a chance to retire. I mean, he doesn't want to retire. He wants to kaput. But
I like the fact this Blood Angel Captain sculpt has lines where they're clearly telling me highlight here. It has these pectoral muscles as well. I'm not gonna touch them, I'm not confident enough. Yeah, you're gonna see shadows. Not good. This isn't good whatsoever, so I'm gonna suffer with everything I have. Hold up. I have to thin this down a little bit more. I was being quiet because I was hyper focusing, but also silently screaming.
消される街で夢の続きを胸に隠してた誰にも言えない一つの願い明日を生きてみたかった君の名を呼ぶ自由がなくてもこの声はまだ燃えてる君の手に触れる資格はなくてもそれでも願ってしまう強さの裏にある名もなき叫びがいつか風になるなら
Yeah, I need light. I can't see this. Alright, let's see how we do this. That's for the purple. Alright, next is, well, fixing some of the bullshit. That is the and on the power pack. The blood vials. The blood drop on the Inferno pistol. The blood here. There we go. Oh yeah, and the on the leg. Okay, let's finish up the gold. Vallejo gold, either a hit or a miss, nothing in between. Let's change the song.
Feel the kick. Sonic kick.
広い地球の数ある二つ赤い地球の狭い世界で小さな想いが届く大きな島のあなたのもとへすれ違っても
Wow.
あなたと出会い時は流れて思いを重ねたデイルも増えるいつしか二人
Ah, mama. Netty.
Rush.
So I don't know what the fuck I should give it. What was the best reveal currently? The Chaos Wars. I'm gonna say the Chaos Wars were the best reveal of the entire show. Like, they're the much beloved faction. The new Death Watch, interesting, to be honest. I totally did not expect the new Chapter Master. For the Raven Guard. He looks amazing though. Good old Volkan Hestan is back, which is excellent. Lysander is awesome. There were no Assault Terminators, Valrak. You scammed me. What else? I mean, the Mark II Assault Marines, glorious. I don't know, I can't help but feel AOS stole the show. Once in their lifetime, yeah. I'm gonna say that. And here's the thing. I don't dislike the AOS community at all by itself. I heavily dislike some of the parts of that community, which there's a lot of them, who have this false superiority complex, which is mixed with inferiority complexes. But that, I told that last episode of that last part of the EDGEATHON. But I'm rushed. But this was a very good release for them. The dwarves carry this both Sigmar and the 40k dwarves. They carry this. Yeah, they fully carry this. The new combat patrols for the Space Marines. There's no mention of a new codex, which is the rumor. Just fully interesting, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they did it in 8th edition. Like, I am not surprised if they do it now. I won't be at all surprised if they do it now. As well for 10th. I don't like. They are definitely, like they said, updating the rules for existing characters. So Hestan and Lysander. But I don't think there is going to be a new Codex 2.0. Which is sad, because it buffs me as well. But I think they're just going to bring on free PDFs. for the new characters and that's it. They're probably either gonna just, you know, new chapter approved and that's it.
There we go.
So now we're gonna put some highlights on the halo. I'd save myself for this. Actually, I'm gonna do that here first.
広い地球の数ある二つ赤い地球の狭い世界で小さな想いが届く大きな島のあなたのもとへすれ違っても
Ah, it's stuck.
Alright, let's see how it looks without this false light. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck do you edge highlight this halo. Yeah, I am messing this up royally, but I would just slap Retributor armor over it and be done with it. power pack. Nearly forgot about it. I always forget about power packs. Oh shit! Hey, Taiga, how you doing, dear? I was actually planning to raid you, but... Hi, lads, I am Vex. I'm your elf VTuber who also does hobby stuff like Taiga. I'm currently in a marathon where I am in dire fucking hell edge highlighting. On my Scuff setup, which is just my phone on a fucking stand. And I'm raising money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So, yeah, edge DL, yeah. I'm edging like shit. I was also watching, while painting, I was mostly showing...
Yes, hello!
Thank you, Youngster Joy, and Gurang, thank you for the follows, man.
Again.
Welcome to the jury. Hold up, so I don't stimulate all of you with this. I made a bet with the VTuber community for my friend's cancer treatment. They got to the goal before the deadline, and because of that, I have to edge highlight over 100 Space Marines of my collection. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, here's the thing: the absurdly long follow notive is. I like the Mr. Krabs beat. I like the Mr. Krabs beat. So I'm gonna probably shorten it though. But yeah, I finished edge highlighting my Terminators, my custom chief librarian, and some tacticals, which will last stream. So I'm just gonna give you how some of them look. Hold up. Yeah. So here's what they are. Here's my... We scuffed up a little bit of our custom chief librarian, the helmet. Yeah, I gave some. I like I said, I only edge highlighted one miniature in my whole entire hobbying. So if it's bad, I am shit at edge highlighting. Yeah, I don't know if you can pick it up, but it's like a faint, like mix of gray. Also, Taiga, you told me to get Vallejo Air pink. Sadly, they didn't have it, so I just got the classic pink, which is the same shit, but it's the model color range, not Air. I mixed it up with some Vallejo purple. I got some. I got this Scarlet Vallejo game color, which is exactly like the Evil Sun's Scarlet. So yeah, here's how he is. Like, there's a faint gray. There is some different gold trim, which is like the Vallejo gold. I hate this paint with a burning passion. I despise it heavily because it never works in the way I intend. Oh yeah, I also edge highlighted my custom, my homebrew chapter master. Yes, he has wings. No, these are not Chaos Blood Angels. These are Chaos Blood Angels. This is a whole different thing. So I edge highlighted him as well with the gold. There are some different... I don't know if the phone can pick it up, but... My favorite is Ionic Smart Paint. I mean, I don't know if I can... I don't know if I have access to them. Because Amazon is like $50 shipping. So like 40 quid in your case.
Yeah, and these are my custom assault termies, which are cataphracti. In shops that have them in UK, in fairness. Okay, fair enough. But instead of thunder hammers, I think they're European. We don't have them. We have AK. Also, this shade is nice. Here's the thing. It is yeah. This is the shade paint I told you, like the replacement for the null oil. I had to repaint my helmet for my librarian, but here it is. I don't know if you can see it properly. I'll have to take a picture afterwards, but it is a really strong shade. Like, it's very thick as well. Like this little smack dab in the middle. It is thick. It's thicker than null oil. It is very thicker. Yeah. So here's my stupid ass cataphracti. Yeah, as you can see, the red, highlighting the red is very difficult, but it works sometimes. So yeah, I highlighted a little bit. I try my best to make it not thick as hell by taking your advice. That is thinning the paint down as possible. Yes, I slid into my slid into the. Yeah, how was your stream, Tiger? What were you doing, dear? So yeah, this is the process of the captain. I'm not highlighting his pecs because I genuinely don't know how to highlight these muscles. I'm not that confident in it. And I'm trying my best to keep this little brush's tips how to say this, sharp as possible. But yeah, I have heavy fucking critiques about the Vallejo gold. I'm really mad at it. Just break it down to the base shape, so each pec is like a thin cube. Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't know if my phone's camera can focus because I'm using it like a webcam. Like, I don't think the focus works as how it is on my actual camera. But yeah, they're like a cube, sorta. There is crevices, but I don't know if I want to risk it. Like, I could do it, but I don't know, because I already highlighted this little under here. Did I? Yeah. Well, I think this somehow didn't fucking get in there. So yeah, I already highlighted this. So me highlighting the pec is gonna be even trickier. I'm just gonna add another coat because I already thinned this down to hell. So I'm just gonna do one more little slab of like this just in case. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what else to highlight with this guy. The Inferno pistol could be done. I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I'm just gonna highlight now the Inferno. Yeah, like I said, I just have a weird how do I say this? I have a mic stand that I heavily converted to be able to hold a phone, and it's like directly in front of me right now because I'm trying a new angle. All right, and I am really trying my best to be able to see, but also position the camera. Like, the focus is shit because I'm using Video Ninja through my phone. So yeah, actually, I think that is it. Like, the Inferno pistol surprisingly doesn't have much edges.
It's a very... it's a weird gun. It's very round. Oh yeah, speaking of that, Taiga, I'm planning to do a little project for Warhammer. I'm gonna make my... if you know about WAP, like Warhammer Armies Project, I'm gonna make a 40k version of it. It's gonna be catered to more narrative, but it's gonna be an amalgamation of different editions. And it's gonna be free, available for all. Like, if you want to help out, you're always up for. The door is open for you. I have a carrot. It's my snack. I'm fasting. Yeah. What was I about to do? There we go. Oh yeah, this guy's gold. Yeah, I forgot. I mean, either way, I would definitely need a perspective of someone who hasn't played a lot. You know, if the rules are easier enough to, you know, understand and shit like that. Like if you, like, also like you played older editions, and I'm planning to use like 7th edition as well. Like, I'm gonna change the rules a little bit. I'm gonna bring back, these are definitely things, like I'm gonna definitely use the AP system of Heresy. Okay, 7th edition. There's gonna be detachments, but there's gonna be also sub-faction rules. 3rd edition. I'm gonna need you for NIDs. I'm heavily gonna yoink 3rd edition NID rules. You know you know how NIDs in 3rd edition had like every unit is basically adaptable, customizable, and shit like that. I'm definitely gonna yoink from that. Why? Because I think those rules were cool. There's gonna be like detachments, sub-faction rules, main faction rules, and you might be thinking there's gonna be rules bloat, but I'm gonna make it stack. Like Blood Angels, for instance, will just have +2 strength. I'm gonna heavily limit the +1s to hit and wound. I'm still gonna limit that, and rerolls are not gonna be common as hell. There's gonna be CP. There's gonna be a bit more CP than this current edition. However, it's not gonna be a lot. Because one thing I've learned playing 10th edition, the captain's cheapening the stratagem by 1 CP is very janky, because there's a lot of good strats that are 1 CP then they're basically free. Like for instance, Blood Angels, Red Rampage, Lance and lethal hit, or lethal hits, or if I battle shock them, get Lance and lethal hits. Lance is +1 to wound. Lethal hits on a 6 to hit, auto wound. And since that's I don't think that's so good. I mean, that's an excellent 1 CP strat, which I heavily abuse. But the fact that that captain can make it free, too spammy. And that's in my case. And there's a lot of strats that you can spam. So I want to change that. I'm definitely changing that. I'm bringing back individual weapons. So Maltas, there's gonna be Maltas. Like, I want people to kit bash shit again. Let's see what else I can do now while edging. I mean highlighting. I have to fucking I have to rip off the magnet
on the bottom of the torso, well, the neck joint, because I fucked up. I didn't put it in the hole. I put it sadly next to it, and now the head looks wonky. So yeah, this is the chief librarian without the Terminator armor. So out of Terminator armor, and yeah, he has a jump pack. Why? Because I made him in 9th edition. When they could have done that, when they could have still had their jump packs. It's fucking stupid that I can't anymore, GW. Fix it. It's in Legends, yes, but a lot of people in 40k don't use Legends, which is sad. Like Heresy. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'm planning. A lot of... Wait, hold up. I'm just going to remove this. It's magnetized anyway. But... yeah, I have a lot of plans to do. I have to figure out everything. I can't do it alone, so I need like people. If you know of somebody who would be willing to do that, who knows a bit about the gaming side... like, I definitely cannot do this alone. It's like a one-man. I mean, I can try. I'll definitely try if there's nobody up for it. But man, oh man, it's gonna take me a while. I can't do it while I'm on the Edgeathon. I want to do it live stream so people can also give their inputs. And shit like that. Oh. I so need to eventually get away to stream better. Oof. Document camera is what I use. I'll look into it. Like, I have a small ass fucking table. Like, let me show you. See? See? This is what I work with. The relative chief guy focusing on stuff. Okay, that's good. But yeah, this is what I'm working with. Yeah, as you can see, this is a little mic stand that I converted by changing the head. Yeah. See, small work area, less up space than your mic stand. Then fucking great. I am gonna look into that if I can find it here in Serbia. Okay, just so that the phone doesn't fall off. That is great with that. How much space is your mouse? Yeah. I don't know how the fuck do I put it. I don't know what to do with the angles though, that's the trick. Because my hands are big. That's the second issue. Like, I have big hands. Like, I tried my webcam and fuck me then. You can adjust it as a built-in stand-in. Send me, please. Send me the link to the product, just so that I can see what model it is and shit like that. Maybe there is something like that here. If not, I'll just fucking eBay it, or I don't know. Because eBay is actually not that anal towards us Serbs, unlike Amazon with shipping. I'm gonna just
There we go, now I can see straight. I'm sorry, my queer people, but I only see straight. Yes, this was a joke. Do not even try to cancel me. I am Serbian. I always get cancelled everywhere, so that won't bother me. You have to fucking find a way. Okay, find it. There we go. Yeah, that's about it for the black. Now we're doing the purple, and then after I finish this guy, that's gonna be in for this stream. I don't know. There will be a stream tomorrow because the handyman for the AC will come to install my new air conditioning. Finally, I'm not gonna be sweating balls. Your boy is no longer gonna be sweating balls. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I'm not playing music. Holy shit. Oh yeah, also Taiga, if you're still here, did you know that some of the Mechanicum OST gets you a copyright strike? Thankfully, it's not a violation, so it won't hit your YouTube channel. But there are 2 songs that are copywritten for some reason, and not by the. That's why I'm playing this. I don't know. I found these songs on Instagram, so I'm just playing them because there's 0 copyright. I used to play Stim, and then all of a sudden Stim is copywriting me. I'm just like, dude. I mean, I know it's not the artist that's doing it. It's YouTube's ultimating system. It doesn't hurt the viewing range and everything. So, but it's just a hassle to see. I don't like to see them monetized. I mean, yeah. Oh, you still didn't achieve monetization? That's new for me. That's news for me, dude. By the way, your recipe that you gave me for the purple chef's kiss, it's perfect. Like, I have 0 experience with highlights, so I don't know what and mixing paint. So, oh no, YouTube is mono, but I know this. Yeah, looks nice. It looks much better in person than than the camera will show. I will tell you that. There we go. And now I'm just gonna put the magnetized heads back on. It's clunky, I know, but fuck it. It's clunky, I know, but yeah, I somehow managed to miss the fucking head. And the glues, for some reason, was, I mean, somehow it dried way faster than I thought it would. So that's why. Like, it basically was stuck the moment it landed on the miniature. Just stuck. I'm not highlighting the jump pack because I have to find him a different power pack now. So that's why I'm not doing it. Bring him back to where he belongs. In the middle of my army. Like, I absolutely refuse to play the librarian on foot because he gives you
an invuln save of 4+, but if you stay still. I play Blood Angels. Yes, I could put him on the fucking Stern Guard. However, Blood Angels, I want to charge. I want to fist my enemies. Because I love power fists. So I'm just gonna put all of the paints I use now in here in my wheel box. There we go. I'm now gonna show you how to clean your brush from paints. So grab a plastic cap. So grab a plastic cap. Get a Vallejo brush cleaner. It saved some of my paintbrushes that are 5 years old at this point. I have to grab new paintbrushes. That's the trick. I have to. Like, the only one that is currently like still good is like the one I bought in France for 10 euros. It's a handmade one, but I've been using it for 2 years now almost. Look at it. It still has the tip. You can see it's quality made. It's like real horsehair. Yes, I grabbed one of the Uma Musume girls. I cut their hair. Don't worry. The rest of it is in my shrine. No, I don't play the horse girl game. I just like to meme on it. So you grab like a syringe or shit like that and just plump it in. There's also Vallejo Brush Restorer. I don't know how good it is. I know this thing is good. Like, it's benzoyl alcohol, basically. It's not ethyl alcohol, because that would... Because that's a much stronger alcohol. Chemistry nerd here. I was a chemistry major in high school. And you just do this. You just do this. You roll this bitch. You roll it. And you can see already some of the paint particles that are coming in. And you have to really roll it, because sometimes the paint goes deep. There we go. And you can see already paint particles are out. And now grab the fucking paper towel. Damn it. Well, my hand is gonna be the sacrifice. Now here. Yeah, you might not see it, but I do. There's a lot of paint coming out of this brush. But yeah, this is like butyl alcohol, methyl ethyl butanol. But yeah, like butanol alcohol. So it's still strong, but not to the point where it will kill your brush. Just roll it like this. And you don't wash it. You don't need to even wash the brushes. Like, I will do that. Oh yeah, there's also a way for you to restore the tip somewhat. I'll show you right now. If you're still here, I have something to show you. So there's a way to restore the brush's tip somewhat. It's a 50-50. It really depends on it, but since I cleaned this and I have to make sure there's no alcohol on it, you grab either Solea or Nivea cream. It's the cream that you use to, you know, this white stuff, and you put it on your face. It's a skincare product. However, it somehow works for brushes. Somehow. Yeah. So you grab Nivea or Solea like this. Like, I have Solea. Solea is actually before Nivea. But yeah, you grab Nivea, you grab like this, you put it on the brush, and you just roll it on the brush. Like this, and you just roll it to get the fine tip. And you keep it like that for a day. For a whole day. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it works, but you pay premium. This is dirt cheap. Like, and it's skincare cream. You put it on your face, you put it on your hands, everything. It's not even moisturizing, it's just a cleanser. But yeah, you just do it like this, and you put it like you let it be like that for a whole day, and then you clean it with water. You have to clean it with water. Clear water. And yeah, here we go. I brought back some of the tip. I brought back some of the fine tip back. You have to keep it the whole day like that though. So yeah. I'm heavily applying it right now. Like, I think the Vallejo's brush restore also works like a charm. It's more liquid than anything, I think. I don't know. I have never used it. I'm probably gonna get it to just see how it works. But if it's I'm just gonna use fucking Nivea. You have a metric shit ton of it. You know, like here. So yeah, the brush tip is somewhat better. So now I'm just gonna use the leftover to put it on this brush. Because it's my base paint brush. So yeah, just like this. Just what? Oh, I just realized. I named this fucking EDGEATHON, and the motions I'm making right now here. Oh, fucking great. I'm joking, my paintbrush. Oh, fucking hell. Great. And here you go. And I brought the fucking tip back like you buy it new. Yeah. So yeah, this perfectly works. Now I'm gonna clean this ball cap. Actually, I'm gonna do it off camera when I finish. So Taiga, do you have somebody for me to raid? Because it's like 11 PM near my time, so I have to end it, sadly. I don't want to wake up the neighbors. That's why I always finish like around this time. Because I can go all night if I want to. I definitely have the stamina for it. Law student. Like, all-nighters are my jam. Let's see. Froggy is streaming, which is excellent. Oh, there's Demi. Wait, is she finishing? Oh yeah, she's definitely gonna finish. Yeah, she's German, she's my time zone. She's definitely gonna finish soon. Don't wanna bother her. Demi is very good. Ren Temple, alright. Let me see who they are. Well, they have a nice tattooed arm. Oh, they're painting Bretonia! For the lady I shall raid, yep. Oh, well, which person? Alright, let's see them. I hate the fact this stupid knocking system on Twitch is in my way. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to keep the brushes upwards the whole day. Oh, I'm raiding Leo because we want to get them to affiliate. Yeah, let's give somebody an affiliate now. All right, I'm gonna follow him. Oh yeah, we're raiding. Alright, grab the raid train. There we go. We are gonna be. The name is Edge Raid. So here's gonna be for the ones who are subbed, just in case if there are some. If what else, it's for me. And here's for everybody who isn't subbed. So basically, this just replace whatever emotes you have, raid emotes, with the raid emote. I'll see you all Sunday because I have to change air conditioners, which is gonna be fun. We're still gonna be doing Edging. Thank you all for joining here. Thank you Taiga and Nukin for the raids. Thank you Gurang and Youngster Joy for the follows. Be sure to spread around the charity because I want to raise funds for the St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Yeah, I'll see you all on Sunday. This was a wild reveal show. We're gonna talk about it on Sunday when I internalize everything.